Oh, welcome to a Friday night. Let's hit some Friday night fire here today. We're going to get started with Donruss Elite, but we've got a lot of elements that we'd like to see break tonight, and we are running 25% off all the new releases tonight. That is using promo code NR820 gets you 25% off. Elements Football, Immaculate Baseball, and Spectra Basketball. Pretty fun right there. I see an Elements card random with 3 spots left. The Elements hit draft, we are looking at a little later to probably run that around 9:30 tonight. We're doing 30% off the hit draft right there. 30% off that hit draft right there. So we've got a lot of fun stuff. We have some more UFC as well. Loving the UFC product so far, and we'll see what we got. That Spectra Basketball is there and available. It's just a tad expensive, but definitely worth it in that case. Alrighty. With that being said, we've got some teams to auction off here. And we're going to start with the Carolina Panthers, and we're going to start the bidding at $5 in increments of $1. Six from Harry. 5 from Shannon, but got outbid by Harry. Do we have 7 for the Panthers? Alrighty, 8 from Cynthia. We're going to start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock, and you know how it works, folks. Now we will go basically 30 seconds. If there's any bids within that 30 seconds, we'll do an automatic 15-second timer. 30 seconds on the clock. Alrighty, Cynthia takes the Panthers for $8. Cynthia, you know what to do, or you can wait because we do have 4 more teams to auction off, starting with the Denver Broncos, and that is going to be at 5-1 as well. 5-1 as well. Do we have 5 for the Broncos? No, 6 from Harry. It looks like, sorry, for some reason that didn't show up on my side. 6 for Harry. And we'll start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids within this 30 seconds will trigger a 15-second countdown. Alrighty, Harry takes them for $6. Harry, you know what to do. The link is in the chat, or you can wait as we do have a couple more teams to auction off. the Minnesota Vikings. And the bidding will begin at $5 in increments of $1. Awesome. Love it, Adam. Love it. Six from Harry. It's so weird. I'm not seeing Harry's chat on my main one, or Harry on my main one, but 7 from Haley. We will start the bidding. 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids within the 30 seconds will re-trigger a 15-second countdown. 8 from Harry. Nine from Haley, which means we will, within the 30-second window. 10 from Zaroon. $12 from Haley. 12 from Haley, the current high bid. Here's the 15 seconds. Let's see. Zaroon with 13. And that was within the 15 seconds, so there'll be another 15-second countdown after this one. And we're just confirming this one more countdown clock. And if there's no bids, Zaroon takes it for 13. Oh, Mr. CEO coming in with 14, so we will start another 15 seconds on the clock. $15 from Zune, which means another 15 seconds on the clock. Remember, we have to go a full 15 seconds without bids for the auction to end. A full 15-second timer. Alrighty, Zroon takes it. Zroon, you know what to do. The link is in the chat to pay. You can wait till the end here. We have the New York Giants, 5 starting bid at 5 in increments of $1. $6 from Harry for the Giants. 6 from Harry. 6 from Harry, and we will start the 30-second countdown. Any bids within the 30 seconds mean we'll have a 15-second countdown at the end, and then we keep going 15 seconds right there. Mr. CEO with the current high bid of 10, and the countdown has begun. Alrighty, the countdown is complete. CEO has him for 10. CEO, you can always pay at the link in the chat, or you can wait till after this one. We have the Steelers starting bid at $5 in increments of $1. Get you some Najee Harris. 10 from Harry. 10 from Harry. 15 from Mr. CEO. 16 from Chris. And the countdown will begin. 30 seconds on the clock. $17 from Mr. CEO, which means we will be starting the countdown, the 15-second timer at the end of this 30 seconds. $15 seconds on the clock. Mr. CEO currently the high bidder with 17. 18 from Zroon, which means we'll start another countdown. $20 from Mr. CEO, which means we will be starting another countdown at the end of this one. $21 from Zroon, which means we'll be doing another countdown. $15 seconds on the clock. 22 from Mr. CEO, which means another countdown will begin. 24 from Zroon. 25 to CEO, which means another countdown has begun. Alrighty. It looks like that has been complete. Alrighty, we have Zroon waiting for the payment of 15, and then Mr. CEO, we've got you for a total of 35. 35. In the meantime, we'll do our first keyword. Which, alrighty, this is a continuation from last week, Vision. Or from earlier this week, Vision. No correct guesses yet. Shadow and Bone, incorrect. That was a great show, though. Tribes of Europa, no. Already, show giveaway guessing has ended. Let's get these teams loaded. They are loaded. Here we go, folks. Our first break of the evening. This is break 1169, the 2021 Donruss Elite One Boxer. Yeah, we have the Elements release party tonight. Elements release party. We've got at least 2 breaks of Elements already going. We have the Team Random that is basically a team and personal, and then we have our giveaway from our Instagram giveaway. That's break 1188. That's going to be pretty fun to do. Gave away 5 spots right there. And then I would love to do a hit draft right after that Luminance One Boxer. And because of that, we're doing 30% off the hit draft. DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals, Matt Stafford of the Rams, a Tyler Heineke of the Washington football team going to James, followed up by Myles Garrett of the Browns and Justin Herbert of the Chargers. Harry, we'll be actually doing that live. We'll be doing that live during that break. We'll be doing the randomization live. I've got everyone on there. Tom Brady of the Bucks, Von Miller of the Broncos, a Seth Williams RC of the Denver Broncos heading to Harry, followed by Matt Ryan of the Falcons and Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings. We have Jerry Rice of the 49ers, Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, Jalen Hurts 2001 Throwback Edition of the Eagles going to Mark. Mark, welcome to Break Traders. Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers and T. Higgins of the Bengals. Then we have T.J. Watt of the Steelers, Zeke Elliott of the Dallas Cowboys, a Jamar Chase Elite Company that we will randomize between those 4 teams at the end, followed by Michael Strahan of the Giants and Devontae Adams of the Packers. Lamar Jackson of the Ravens, Aaron Donald of the Rams, Nico Collins of the Houston Texans. Nico Collins of the Houston Texans going to Cynthia, followed by Sam Darnold of the Panthers and Khalil Mack of the Bears. Devin White of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, John Elway of the Broncos, a Trey Lance right off the bat. Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Josh, followed by Joey Bosa of the Chargers and Calvin Ridley of the Falcons. Stephon Gilmore of the Patriots, Teddy Bridgewater of the Carolina Panthers. Rookies on deck, Jalen Phillips. Rookies on deck, Jalen Phillips of the Miami Dolphins heading to James, followed by Delvin Cook and Derrick Henry. Perfect. Looks like that hit draft got full. Awesome. Jalen Hurts of the Eagles, DJ Chark of the Jags, a 2001 throwback, Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions going to Jim, followed by Chase Young of the Washington Football Team and Joe Namath of the Jets. Rob Gronkowski of the Buccaneers, Drew Lock of the Broncos, a Jamar Jefferson die-cut RC, Jamar Jefferson of the Detroit Lions headed to Jim, and that is 22 out of 24. Easier to mag those ones up as opposed to mess around with a top loader. Followed by David Montgomery of the Bears and Keenan Allen of the Chargers. We have Tua of the Dolphins, Luke Kuechly of the Carolina Panthers. Then we have Von Miller out of 99 of the Denver Broncos going to Harry, followed by Kyler Murray of the Cardinals and Randy Moss of the Minnesota Vikings. We have Drew Brees of the Saints, and boom goes the dynamite. It is Mr. Andrew Luck, and that is 25 out of 25 with the Back to the Future auto of the Indianapolis Colts going to Jim. Andrew Luck, what a guy. Made $120 million and then retired, and we've never heard from him again. DK Metcalf with the Elite Tech, followed up by Ryan Tannehill of the Titans and DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions. And we're about halfway through this break. Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers, followed by Daniel Jones of the Giants. Then we have Mr. Ian Book, and that is out of 88. Ian Book out of 88 of the New Orleans Saints, headed to Pete, followed by Aaron Jones of the Packers and Quinnen Williams of the Jets. Derek Carr of the Raiders, Justin Tucker of the Ravens, and at Ascension of the Buccaneers, followed by Travis Kelce of the Chiefs and Terry McLaurin of the Washington Football Team. Speaking of the Washington Football Team, it looks like they've gotten down to 8 names. 8 potential names, including the football team. I kind of like it now. Juju Smith-Schuster of the Steelers, Dak Prescott of the Cowboys, a full throttle out of 99. That's Chris Godwin. Chris Godwin of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, followed up by a J.J. Watt of the Cardinals and Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills. Dan Marino of the Dolphins, Josh Allen of the Bills, a rookie on deck, Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants. That's going to Mr. CEO. Following that up with Michael Thomas of the Saints and Frank Gifford of the Giants. Alvin Kamara of the Saints, Brett Favre of the Packers. We have a Julian Edelman of the New England Patriots headed to Tom. New England Patriots dominated the Eagles last night, followed by Peyton Manning and DK Metcalf of the Seahawks. And we have 4 packs left right here. Darius Leonard of the Colts. Followed by a rookie elitist, Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers, going to Josh. Followed by Baker Mayfield of the Browns and Miles Sanders of the Eagles. And then here we go. It is going to be a Michael Carter blue pen pal of the New York Jets. And that is going to be going to Tom. Russell Wilson of the Seahawks, CeeDee Lamb of the Cowboys, followed by Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Jay, followed up by Tre'Davious White of the Bills and Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs. Just a live randomization, and then the top 5 will be in. Henry Ruggs, the third of the Raiders, followed by Terry Bradshaw of the Steelers. A full throttle DK Metcalf of the Seattle Seahawks going to Charmaine, followed up by Jared Goff of the Lions and George Kittle of the 49ers. And here we go, our last pack, and it is a thick one. And we're going to have some Moxie. Let's see what we've got. We have Mark Brunell of the Jaguars, the Ascension of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Joe Burrow of the Bengals, and Mike Gesicki of the Miami Dolphins. And here we go. It is going to be a Moxie DK Metcalf of the Seattle Seahawks, and that is going to Charmaine. Right there. Nice hit. Alrighty, let's randomize this Elite Company. Quite a few, about a third of that break was new BreakTraders members. Alrighty, here we go, this Elite Company. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize it. 8 times. 8 times right there, and that's between the Bengals, the Browns, and the Vikings. Whoever's on Facebook, I'm not sure what you're asking about missing. And here we go. That is going to the Minnesota Vikings. And let's run down these rookies. We have Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals, Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints out of 88, the 2001 Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Lions, Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers, Nico Collins of the Houston Texans, and Seth Williams of the Broncos. Alrighty, let's run down our hits. First, we have these 2 rookie on deck around the Elite deck. The Elite deck, DK Metcalf, followed up by the rookie on deck, Kadarius Toney of the Giants, and the rookie on deck, Jalen Phillips of the Miami Dolphins. Then we have a rookie elitist, Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers, going to Josh, followed up by our die-cut Jamar Jefferson, the die-cut Jamar Jefferson of the Detroit Lions, and that is going to James, followed up by the Moxie DK Metcalf of the Seahawks, and then we have our 2 autos, the auto 25 Andrew Luck, and the blue pen pals Michael Carter, and Andrew Luck of the Colts to James, Michael Carter of the Jets heading to Tom. And with that, we are done with break 1169. We'll be right back from the hardwood. Alrighty, we are back with some Select Hobby Hybrid H2. And we are ready to go. This is break 1170. Facebook user, I'd recommend coming over to our YouTube channel. Go to YouTube and search BreakTraders. That way you can participate in the breaks. If you let me know what break number you're in, I'd be happy to tell you when it's coming or what time it's coming. That was the first break of the night. That was break 1169. Here is 1170. And right off the bat, we're starting with Devin Vassell of the San Antonio Spurs, headed to Daniel. Davis Bertrands of the Wizards. Karis Lever to the Pacers. A red D'Angelo Russell of the Minnesota Timberwolves, heading to a Richard. Followed up by Russell Westbrook of the Wizards and Cassius Winston of the Wizards as well. And we're on to our second pack in this one. And we've got some select hobby coming in for next week as well. Those breaks will be posted Monday. We have Emmanuel Quickly of the New York Knicks going to Gregory, followed by Kristaps Porzingis of the Mavericks, a disco Vernon Carey Jr. of the Hornets, and that is going to Kirk, followed by of silver Patrick Williams RC of the Chicago Bulls, headed to Daniel. Then we have Giannis of the Bucks and James Harden of the Nets. Zion Williamson of the Pelicans, D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves, Kira Lewis Jr. of the New Orleans Pelicans going to Sean, followed by a blue Patrick Williams out of 25. There we go. That's a great Chicago Bulls hit right there going to Daniel. Followed up by Denny Abadiah of the Wizards going to Randall, and Vernon Carey Jr. of the Hornets. Vernon Carey Jr. of the Hornets going to Kirk. Prism Basketball will be in next week as well. Ordered just a couple boxes of that. We have Cole Anthony of the Magic. Cole Anthony of the Magic, followed by De'Aaron Fox of the Sacramento Kings. A disco Bogdan Bogdanovic of the Atlanta Hawks going to Brandon. Following that up with a silver Goran Dragic, Bogdan Bogdanovic of the Hawks, and Bam Adebayo of the Heat. Alrighty. Let's see what we've got here. Our rookie rundown. We have Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic heading to Chris, followed by Vernon Carey Jr. of the Hornets, Denny Abadiah of the Wizards, Kira Lewis Jr. of the Pelicans, a silver Patrick Williams of the Bulls, the disco Vernon Carey of the Hornets, Emmanuel Quickly of the Knicks to Gregory, Cassius Winston of the Wizards to Randall, and Devin Vassell of the Spurs going to Daniel. And here we go. The last hit is going to be the Patrick Williams, 25 out of 25. Right there. And that is the end of break 1170. We'll be right back from BT Park. We are back and ready for some baseball. And we've got some teams to auction off. We have 8 teams in total to auction off. We are going to do 2 packs of 4. The first one's going to be the Diamondbacks, the Orioles, the Cubs, and the Guardians. Bidding will begin at $10, and it will be in increments of $1. Increments of $1. $17 from T-Man, $20 from Cynthia, $20 from Cynthia. $20 from Cynthia, and 30 seconds, $21 from T-Man. 30 seconds will go on the clock. Any bids will then start a 15-second timer, and we have to go one full 15-second timer without any bids. 21 currently has it from T-Man. 23, which means we're already going to be going into a 15-second timer. 15 seconds on the clock. All right, Harry's got that 4-pack. Harry's got that 4-pack for $23. And we'll do the next 4 teams. It's going to be the Rockies, the Royals, the Pirates, and the Mariners. Bidding will begin at $10 in increments of $1. $20 from T-Man. We will start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. T-Man with 23, which will start another countdown after Harry's 21. 15 seconds on the clock. Alrighty, there we go. T-Man has it for 23. T-Man, you know what to do. The link is in the chat. In the meantime, folks, type Vision. Type Vision in the chat. Vision, Vision, Vision. Keep typing. Get Vision in the chat to be entered for our next, or to be pulled from this random giveaway. John, can we get a 10-second countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Jung Medina.
Jung with the giveaway. Let's see what we've got for Jung. It's going to be some soccer. Some soccer for Jung. Let's see what we've got here. Brian Adabo, followed by Joaquin Correa. Then we have Juan Brunetta, followed up by Adrian Silva. Then we have Pedro Pereira, followed up by Nahida Nandez, Anete Rebic, Salvatore Molina. Then we've got the Giovanni Simone, Christian Romero, Arthur, the midfielder, followed up by Takiro Tomiyasu, Maxime Lopez, Yao Pedro, and Luigi Sepe. No, that we don't have a soccer pitch currently. Maybe in the future, but we'd have to really get some people interested in breaking soccer. Alrighty. And with that, we are going to begin break 1171, the Select Baseball. One boxer right here. 12 packs in here. 6 cards per pack. Yes, and we're still running a discount on UFC so that you can get in and enjoy it. We got 2 pack random, or a pack random and a weight class random available. Kyle Hendricks of the Chicago Cubs, Nolan Arenado of the St. Louis Cardinals. Followed up by the Moonshots, Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians. That's going to Harry. Followed up by Taylor Jones, RC of the Houston Astros. And that is going to Michael. Taylor Jones, RC going to Michael. And we have a out of 1/299, the rookie patch auto. That is Tucker Davidson of the Atlanta Braves. Tucker Davidson of the Atlanta Braves. And that is headed to Brooks. I'll fix that discount code. Sorry about that. Jared Olivia, RC of the Pittsburgh Pirates, headed to T-Man. Drew Rasmussen of the Milwaukee Brewers, RC, going to Curtis. Followed by Yu Darvish of the Padres. And then the red, white, and blue, Matt Chapman of the Oakland Athletics. Followed by an Evan White, RC of the Seattle Mariners, headed to T-Man. No, I think it's actually an issue on our end because one of the UFCs wasn't up when I had done it. There we go. It should be good to go now. Another thick one in here. We have Corbin Burns of the Brewers, Jorge Guzman of the Miami Marlins going to Curtis, followed by the 25-man Salvador Perez of the Kansas City Royals going to T-Man. And then we have Sam Huff of the Texas Rangers. Sam Huff of the Texas Rangers going to Marlin. And then our thick one in here is going to be William Contreras of the Atlanta Braves going to Brooks. Another thick card right here. We're getting, oh, that's just a filler. We have the Shohei Ohtani of the Los Angeles Angels, Fernando Tatis of the Padres, a red Fernando Tatis of the San Diego Padres going to Curtis out of 199. Followed up by a hot rookies, Brian Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to T-Man. Then we have a DJ LeMahieu of the New York Yankees. Ramon Laureano of the Oakland Athletics, Andres Jimenez of Cleveland, of the Cleveland Guardians going to Harry, followed by a 25-man Manny Machado of the San Diego Padres, and that is going to Chris, followed by Willie Adams of the Tampa Bay Rays, and that is going to Eric. Eric, welcome to BreakTraders. A couple new customers in this break. You can use promo code NEWBT at BreakTraders.com for 20% off your first purchase. And here we go. We have an Evan White. Evan White of the Seattle Mariners headed to T-Man with the rookie patch right there. Chris Paddock of the Padres, Josh Fleming of the Tampa Bay Rays headed to Eric, followed by J.P. Crawford of Seattle, a silver Andres Jimenez of the Cleveland Guardians, and that is going to Harry, followed by Mickey Moniak, RC of the Phillies, going to Tama. Yes, the Elements hit draft filled, so disregard that message. But we have some new releases. Any of the products that released today, you can take 25% off using promo code 820NR. Dalton Varsho RC of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Then we have Evan Longoria, followed by Pete Alonso out of 99. Pete Alonso out of 99 of the New York Mets, headed to Pat right there. Followed up by a filler card. Then we have Mike Soroka of the Atlanta Braves, headed to Brooks. Followed up by Joe Adele of the Los Angeles Angels, going to Curtis. And we have 5 packs left here. Luis Castillo of the Cincinnati Reds, Josh Bell of Washington, and then out of 12, Walker Buehler of the Los Angeles Angels with the auto and the Lightning. Woo! That's a nice hit, and that is going to Curtis. Nice select baseball hit right there. Following that up with a Bo Bichette, Sensations of the Toronto Blue Jays, going to Pat, and Kwang Hoon Kim of the St. Louis Cardinals, headed to Michael. Tanner Hook RC of the Boston Red Sox, going to Tama, followed by Andy Young of the Arizona Diamondbacks, going to Harry Hood. Javier Baez of the Cubs, the Zach McKinstry auto of the Los Angeles Dodgers, going to Mike. And then we have JT Realmuto of the Phillies, going to Tama. And we got 3 packs left. Salvador Perez of Kansas City, Ozzy Albies of Atlanta, Mark Seaman of Toronto, a silver JT Realmuto of the Phillies right there, followed up by a Ryan Weathers RC of the San Diego Padres to Chris. And we have 2 packs left. Estevan Florial RC of the New York Yankees, going to Dan, followed by Molten Wong of the Brewers, a blue Daz Cameron RC out of 149 of the Detroit Tigers, headed to Eric. We have a filler right there. Then we have a silver Josh Fleming RC of the Tampa Bay Rays, followed by a Jake Cronenworth RC of the San Diego Padres, going to Chris. You are correct. My mistake there. That Walker Buehler is a Dodger, not an Angel. I read it wrong. There. That is going to Mike. Thank you, Steve, for calling that out there. Brent Booker. We always get it right during the sorting, but I appreciate that. Brent Rooker of the Twins, going to Eric, followed by Luis Garcia of the Nationals, going to Curtis, followed by a JT Realmuto silver of the Philadelphia Phillies, headed to Tama. And then we have another Stars JT Realmuto of the Phillies, going to Tama, and then Josh Hader of the Brewers. Alrighty, let's run down these rooks. We have Luis Garcia of the Nationals, Brent Rooker of the Twins, Jake Cronenworth of the Padres, Josh Fleming of Tampa Bay, the Daz Cameron out of 199 of the Tigers, Estevan Florial of the Yanks, Ryan Weathers of the Padres, Zach McKinstry of the Dodgers, Andy Young of Arizona, Tanner Houck of Boston, the Sensations Bo Bichette of the Blue Jays, Joe Adell of the Los Angeles Angels, Dalton Varsho of Arizona, Mikey Moniak of the Phillies, Andres Jimenez of the Guardians, Josh Fleming of Tampa Bay, Andres Jimenez of the Guardians, the Cabrian Hayes Hot Rookies of the Pittsburgh Pirates, Sam Huff of the Texans, Jorge Guzman of Miami, Evan White of Seattle, Drew Rasmussen of the Brewers, followed by Jared Olivia of Pittsburgh and Taylor Jones of Houston. Haley. Alrighty, let's run down these hits. We have our 2 patches, the Evan White of Seattle and William Contreras of Atlanta, followed up by the rookie patch auto of Tucker Davidson of Atlanta. Both those Atlanta Braves headed to Brooks, and Evan White of the Mariners going to T-Man. And last but not least, we have Walker Buehler out of 10 of the Los Angeles Dodgers, and that is heading to Mike. Nice hit right there. And with that, we will be right back from the hardwood from BT Field with some Luminance football. Alrighty. Oop. We are back and ready to do some BT football with some Luminance. A little throwback to Luminance just because I really enjoy this product. And it looks like we're ready to go. This is 1172. 1172. The 2021 Luminance football. One boxer. Here we go. Tyler Boyd of the Bengals, followed by Miles Sanders of the Eagles. Kenny Galladay of the New York Giants, followed up by a Darren Waller of the Rams. And then we have a Keenan Allen out of 75 of the Los Angeles Chargers going to Steven. Following that up with a Delvin Cook, dynamic Delvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. Followed up by Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions, Rashad Bateman, and that is going to Matthew. Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens heading to Drew, and Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings heading to Haley. And then our auto is going to be a red J.C. Horn. J.C. Horn of the Carolina Panthers headed to Cynthia. On to our second pack of this Luminance. Khalil Mack of the Bears, followed by Saquon Barkley of the Giants, Jerry Jeudy of the Broncos, Deebo Samuel of the 49ers, Sam Darnold out of 299. Sam Darnold out of 299 of the Carolina Panthers. Justin Jefferson Flash going to Haley. That's a pretty card right there of the Minnesota Vikings. Followed by Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Cynthia. Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals headed to Misty, and Davion Nixon of the Carolina Panthers headed to Cynthia. Alrighty, and our auto is going to be a Michael Carter out of 349 of the New York Jets. Alrighty, let's see what we've got in this third pack of Luminance. James Robinson of the Jaguars, Julio Jones of the Falcons, Devontae Parker of the Dolphins, T. Higgins of the Bengals, a Joe Tryon of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers out of 299 right there. Followed up by a House Calls, Jerry Jeudy of the Denver Broncos going to Jake. Then we've got a Jarrett Patterson of the University of Buffalo, now the Washington football team, going to Stevens. Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers headed to Jake, and Dax Milne of the Washington football team headed to Steven. Alrighty, and we have a Davis Mills blue auto of the Houston Texans going to BMWs. And we're on to our last pack. George Kittle, Tyreek Hill, Matt Ryan, a savage 54 out of 100. Lamar Jackson of the Baltimore Ravens going to Andrew. Following that up with a Matt Ryan out of 99 of the Atlanta Falcons going to John. Then we have the Lights Out Baker Mayfield of the Cleveland Browns going to Mark. Followed by Patrick Surtain of the Denver Broncos going to Jake. Javon Holland of the Miami Dolphins heading to Curtis. And Baron Browning of the Denver Broncos heading to Jake. Alrighty, and let's see what our memorabilia is going to be. And it is going to be a bright Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. Baron Browning of the Broncos, Javon Holland of the Dolphins, Patrick Surtain of the Denver Broncos, Dax Milne of the Washington football team, Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers, Jarrett Patterson of the Washington football team, the Joe Tryon out of 299 of the Buccaneers, Davion Nixon of the Panthers, Chris Evans of the Bengals, Chuba Hubbard of the Panthers, Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings, Rashad Bateman of the Ravens, and Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions. And now on to our featured cards. First, our veteran, it is going to be Mr. Justin Jefferson with the Bright. Justin Jefferson Bright of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. And then we've got some rookie autos. We have the Michael Carter out of 349, the J.C. Horn red ink, and the Davis Mills blue ink. Michael Carter of the Jets heading to Brian. Davis Mills of the Houston Texans of BMWs going to BMWs. And J.C. Horn of the Carolina Panthers headed to Cynthia. And with that, we are done with break 1172. We will be right back from the hardwood for the break 1173. Alrighty, here we go. You know what? Let's take a brief second here and do our next keyword giveaway. Alrighty, folks. John will drop it in the chat. The keyword is blind. Alrighty, Tyson has it. Tyson has it.
That one was going to go on the last one.
Tyson has it with C. And let's see what we've got. We're going to have a Topps Bunt 16. Alex Gordon of the Royals, Mookie Betts of the Red Sox, Ryan Zimmerman of the Nationals, Joey Votto of the Reds, Brandon Phillips of the Reds, Robinson Cano of the Mariners, Miguel Sano of the Twins, Felix Hernandez of the Mariners, Stephen Piscotty of the Cardinals, Albert Pujols of the Angels, Robin Young of the Brewers, JD Martinez of the Tigers, Byung-Ho Park, the digital trading card free pack there, Prince Fielder, Byung-Ho Park again, David Ortiz, Frank Thomas, D. Gordon, Willie Mays, Carlos Gomez, Reggie Jackson, Danny Salazar, and Carlton Fisk. Well, glad you were able to get it there, Tyson. Awesome. And with that, we are going to start break 1173, the Prism T-Mall One Boxer. I would like to sing some Miley Cyrus for y'all as well. $12 packs, 5 cards per pack. Lou Williams of the Clippers, Anthony Davis of the Lakers, Kristaps of the Mavs, a silver Kevin Garnett, followed by Udoka Azubuike of the Utah Jazz, going to Adam. Wesley Matthews of the Bucks, Jaren Jackson of the Grizzlies, Zach Collins of the Trailblazers, a silver Marc Gasol, and CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers. And that is going to Adam D. Karl Anthony Towns of the Timberwolves, Drew Holiday of the Pelicans, the blue Patty Mills of the San Antonio Spurs going to Cynthia, followed by Colin Sexton of the Cavs and Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics. Yeah, I'm excited. I think season 2 comes out like ASAP. The season 1 was phenomenal. We just found it and watched it all last weekend. Thomas Satoransky of the Bulls, Trae Young of the Hawks, the blue Jordan Nora of the Milwaukee Bucks RC going to Christie, Miles Turner of the Pacers, and a Desmond Bain RC of the Memphis Grizzlies headed to Ethan. Pat Beverly of the Clippers, Terrence Davis of the Raptors, Josh Hart of the Pelicans, a blue Terrence Davis of the Toronto Raptors headed to Allen, followed up by Skylar Mays of the Atlanta Hawks. The show it's called C. It's on Apple TV. Josh Okogie of the Timberwolves, Will Barton of the Nuggets, a blue and Fernie Simmons of the Trailblazers headed to Adam, followed by Kendrick Nunn of the Miami Heat and a Killian Hayes RC of the Detroit Pistons going to Matthew. I think, Brendan, I think you'll be surprised that on how many people would care about that. Mo Bamba of the Magic, Dennis Schroeder of the Thunder, Thomas Bryant of the Wizards, a blue DeAndre Hunter of the Atlanta Hawks going to Cynthia, followed by a Cassius Stanley RC of the Indiana Pacers, headed to BMWs. Yeah, if you get it graded, it does, like, the 10 really gets, if that's a PSA 10 gem mint, like, that adds a ton of value to it. Zion of the Pelicans, followed by Terrence Ross of the Magic, a blue Bradley Beal of the Washington Wizards going to Cynthia, followed up by Joe Ingles of the Jazz and Luke Kennard of the Pistons. Brendan, join our Discord and drop a pick. Drop a pick in the in our hits channel. Jeremiah Grant of the Nuggets, Chris Dunn of the Bulls, Reggie Bullock of the Knicks, the blue Josh Okogie of the Timberwolves going to Nathan, followed by DeMar DeRozan of the Spurs. It is incredibly backed up. Oh. Steve Adams of the Thunder, Kevin Porter of the Cavs, the blue Kevin Durant of the Brooklyn Nets going to Cynthia, followed by a James Weissman RC of the Golden State Warriors to Matthew, and then we have Darius Garland of the Cleveland Cavaliers. This is where, though, I wish like the HGS or HSGS like became more popular and was great. Oh, well, that's good to know about BGS. Troy Brown of the Wizards, Chris Paul of the Thunder, the blue Patrick Beverley of the Los Angeles Clippers going to Cynthia, followed by Tyler Bay of the Dallas Mavericks and Kawhi Leonard of the Los Angeles Clippers. HGA, yep, HGA, sorry. Adam, also, I appreciate you send me a nice summary and rundown of HGA. I really appreciate that. I did see it, I just haven't had the time to read it yet. Frank Nicolotina of the Knicks, Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks, Buddy Hield of the Kings, a blue Evan Fournier of the Orlando Magic going to John, followed up by Langston Galloway of the Pistons. Alrighty. We have Tyler Bay of the Dallas Mavericks to Cynthia, James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors going to Matthew, Cassius Stanley of the Indiana Pacers to BMWs, Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons to Matt, Skylar Mars of the Hawks to Cynthia, Desmond Bane of the Grizzlies to Ethan, the blue Jordan Nora of the Bucks to Christy, Aaron Naismith of the Celtics, CJ Ellaby of the Trailblazers, and Udoka Azubuike of the Jazz. Oh, I'll fix that. Alrighty, folks. And with that, we are done with break 1173. Done with break 1173. We are going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be right back with some elements. Alrighty, we are back with some elements. Super exciting stuff here. The 5 boxer. This is a little team random. So we're gonna dive right into it. This is break 1140, a 2021 Elements 1 box team random. Basically a T-Man personal. Let's see how many times we're gonna randomize this. That's gonna be 7 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alrighty, we will get these teams loaded right here. Looks like Mike with the Bears and the Rams. The rest are T-Mans. Alrighty. Let's see what we've got here. And our first card out of 250. Out of 250 is Tom Brady. Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I will leave that masking on for you to handle, T-Man. Out of 250 right there. And that is one of the metal ones. Following that Tom Brady up, we have the electric Ian Book. The electric Ian Book, and that is out of 199 of the New Orleans Saints heading to T-Man. Very cool card right there. Following that one up, we are going to have a Kadarius Toney, and that is the rookie neon signs out of 49 of the New York Giants. The New York Giants heading to T-Man right there. Our next card is going to be an RC out of 79, and that is Simi Fioku of the Dallas Cowboys. Right there, of the Dallas Cowboys heading to T-Man with that auto. And our last card in this pack is going to be a Joe Namath Plutonium Joe Namath, and that is going to be out of 94 of the New York Jets. Alrighty, so all the cards are going to T-Man, and let's run them down. Alrighty, here we go. We'll start with our veterans, the 2 metals, the gold and the plutonium. The gold Tom Brady, the plutonium Joe Namath, and oop, that is not a veteran. So the 2 veterans are Tom Brady and Joe Namath. Following that up, we have our rookies. We have the electric Ian Book out of 199, followed by the out of 79 Simi Fioku of the Dallas Cowboys, and then the out of 49 Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants. And there we have it, folks. All the cards in that break went to T-Man. Went to T-Man right there. A nice Elements break, and that is the end of 11-4-0. 11-4-0. Alrighty, let's do our type blind in the chat. Type blind in the chat, and we will do our giveaway for blind.
That Elements look like a nice product right there.
Yeah, that definitely a very nice product. Alrighty, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Brendan Stahl.
Brendan with the giveaway. The Father's Day pack. Gleyber Torres and Emmanuel Quickley of the Knicks. Alrighty. And we will be right back in just a brief moment before we dive into this break. Alrighty. Here we go. This is break 1188. 1188, our giveaway break. The little card random giveaway. And we had about 72 entries via our Instagram giveaway. We'll be announcing a new giveaway tomorrow on Instagram. Be sure to check us out. So let's see how many times we're going to randomize it, and then the top 5 people will be in the giveaway, or in this break. The top 5 will be in this break, and then we will go from there. Alrighty. That's going to be 11 times. 11 times right here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have one round left. I'm going to get my phone up so that we can get this on the BreakTraders story. Alrighty, here we go. This is the last randomization to see which of our Instagram followers are in this break, this 1188 Elements card random. And it is going to be Garrity, Big Jimbo, Real Meadow, Shadowless, and Razarga that are going to join this Elements break. This Elements break right here. Pretty excited to get this kicking off on our YouTube channel. Here we go. Shadowless and 1 second, just tagging the winners, and then we'll get going.
pretty excited.
Alrighty. So there we go. It is Garrity 2023, Big Jimbo 316, Real Dot Meta, Shadowless 1999, and Rar Zaga. There we go. And here we go. And we will pull all these cards, and then we will randomize those cards right at the end and assign them with the people in the slots. Alrighty, our first card in this break is going to be a Chase Young Gold. A Chase Young Gold of the Washington football team. Chase Young Gold of the Washington football team right there. And that is 185 out of 250. Following that up, we have the electric Josh Palmer RC out of 199. Josh Palmer out of 199 of the Los Angeles Chargers. And next we have a Christian Barmore out of 199. Christian Barmore out of 199. The future neon signs of the New England Patriots right there. Then we have a Dan Marino Plutonium. Dan Marino Plutonium of the the Miami Dolphins, 47 out of 94 right there on the Plutonium. And then last but certainly not least, and there is a reason I saved it for last, it is going to be the Cobalt Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars, 19 out of 27. 19 out of 27 right there. Look at that hit. John, I'm going to need some more stickers when you get a chance.
Okay.
Alrighty. So now we have to randomize the cards to match them with the 5 spots. Alrighty. The first card is Chase Young, followed by Josh Palmer. Then we have Christian Barmore, Dan Marino, and Trevor Lawrence. Alrighty, let's see how many times we're going to randomize these cards. 7 times. 7 times on the randomization. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alrighty, here we go. Card number 1 going to Joey G is Dan Marino. Dan Marino, the 47 out of 94. Dan Marino going to Joey G. Card number 2 going to Big Jimbo is the Christian Barmore. Christian Barmore, future neon signs. and that is 116 out of 199. Card number 3, heading to Real Meta, is Chase Young. Chase Young, 185 out of 250. Card number 4, going to Shadowless, is Josh Palmer. Josh Palmer, and that is going to be 118 out of 199. And last but not least, holy heck, what a pull out of this element. It is going to be a 19 out of 27. Trevor Lawrence going to Rar Zaga. 19 out of 27, Trevor Lawrence right there. And with that, we are now done with the 2001 Elements 1-box card random giveaway. And we will be right back in 5 minutes. Alrighty, we are back and ready for some Luminance Pick Your Team. Luminance Pick Your Team. Here we go. The 2001 Luminance One Box Pick Your Team. This is break 1182. And what a hit we got right there out of that Elements. That Trevor Lawrence absolute monster hit. Lamar Jackson, Kirk Cousins, Nick Chubb of the Browns. A Lamar Jackson out of 25 of the Baltimore Ravens going to Carl. Followed by Raheem Boyd of the Detroit Lions out of 299 RC. Then we're going to have a Travis Etienne, dynamic rookie of the Jacksonville Jaguars, going to Sean. Followed up by Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints going to Cynthia, and Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles headed to David, and then Jason Owe of the Baltimore Ravens going to Carl. And here we go. Our thick card is going to be a jumbo patch. Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals going to Phil. Nice hit right there. Yeah, that was a very, very nice Trevor Lawrence hit right there. Deontay Johnson of the Steelers, Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers, Devin White of the Bucks, Keenan Allen of the Chargers, Nick Chubb out of 99. Nick Chubb out of 99 of the Cleveland Browns. And that is going to be going to Carl. Followed up by a Terry Tamarin of the Seattle Seahawks heading to Carl as well. Seth Williams of the Denver Broncos and Michael Carter of the New York Jets. And then we have a lights out Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills going to Derek. Josh Allen of the Bills lights out. And then our auto is going to be a Tennessee Titan, and that is Elijah Molden of the Tennessee Titans heading to Carl. Alrighty, on to our third pack. There is no number on it. There is no number on that Kyler patch. TJ Hawkinson of the Lions, George Kittle of the 49ers, Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs, Matt Ryan of the Falcons, a Drew Lock out of 299. Drew Lock out of 299 of the Broncos. Then we're going to have some points. We'll randomize the points. Haven't had those in quite a while. We'll randomize those at the end. A dynamic Daniel Jones of the New York Giants going to Phil. Followed up by Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams going to Eric. Sean Wade of the Baltimore Ravens to Carl. And Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers heading to Lucas. And we're on to our third pack. Or fourth pack, last pack in this break. Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, Baker Mayfield of the Browns, Fletcher Cox of the Eagles, Aaron Rodgers of the Falcons, a Javian Hawkins RC out of 75, followed by a Flash Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers headed to Lucas. Then we have Chaz Surratt of the Minnesota Vikings to Carl, followed by Quincy Roche of the Pittsburgh Steelers headed to Carl. Then we have Jeremiah Owasu Kimura of the Cleveland Browns, and that is going to Carl as well. And here we go. It is going to be a Travis Etienne out of 300 auto. Travis Etienne out of 300. Alrighty. And that is of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Sean. Alright, we are getting ready to do this randomization of the points. All right, we're going to randomize this 150 points, and it's going to go 9 times. 9 times. 1182, 150 points. Let's see who's getting it. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And that is going to Phil. Phil Senzig with P. Senzig with the 150 points. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. Phil of the Arizona Cardinals is one of his team here in this break. Jeremiah Owasu-Kimura of the Browns, Quincy Roche of the Steelers, Chaz Surratt of the Vikings, Javian Hawkins out of 75 of the Falcons, Kyle Trask of the Buccaneers, Sean Wade of the Ravens, Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Rams, Michael Carter of the Jets, Seth Williams of the Denver Broncos, Terry Tammern of the Seahawks, Jason Owe of the Ravens, Jamie Newman of the Eagles, Ian Book of the Saints, the dynamic Travis Etienne of the Jags, and Rakeem Boyd out of 299 of the Detroit Lions. And now on to our featured hits. We had the Lamar Jackson, 24 out of 25 of the Baltimore Ravens. And following that up, we had 2 rookies and a vet right there. Boom, boom, boom. Elijah Molden of the Tennessee Titans going to Carl. Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars headed to Sean. And then Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals going to Phil. Alrighty. And with that, we are done with break 1182, and we are getting ready for the hit draft. Alrighty. Alright. So here we go. We're going to get ready for the hit draft. First, we are going to do our next keyword giveaway. Starting a new one. Wig. Wig is the keyword. $30 Rock, no. Clarice, no. Alrighty, show guessing is over, but Schitt's Creek, Shannon did take it. Shannon did take it right there, right before the ending was over, and she gets a Sage Football Premier Draft. Tony Polion, Ernest Jones, Daz Newsome, Tony Poljan, Otto, Brevin Jordan, Richie Grant, and Amonra St. Brown. Yep, we have slotted that in after break 720. Alrighty, we are here for the hit draft. Do we have everyone here? I see T-Man and Adam in the chat. Haley, are you there? And then Mark, are you there? Alrighty, we have everyone here. And here we go. This is break 1196, the 2021 Elements One Box Hit Draft. Alrighty, let's see. We gotta randomize these users to figure out where they will be drafting. All right, we are going to randomize them 4 times. 1, 2, 3, and 4. T-Man with the first selection. Following up by Adam with number 2, Mark with 3, T-Man with 4, and Haley with 5. Haley with 5 right there. Alrighty, let's rock and roll. Haley, who knows? It all comes down to who picks who and who picks what. I mean, our first hit draft, there was a very interesting first pick decision. Well, I would say everyone watching, I think, would agree that that was an interesting choice that led to T-Man getting an auto with the last pick. Interesting that protective covering was a little screwed up, so we do see what the first card is. Luckily, that is just the protective covering, and it's nothing to really do with the card itself. Alrighty, we have a Brett Favre Gold, and that is going to be 179 out of 250. Brett Favre, 179 out of 250. Next up, we are going to have a supercharged Mac Jones. Supercharged Mac Jones, and that is 3 out of 47. 3 out of 47 right there. Nice Mac Jones hit for sure. He looked all right last night. I feel like Cam Newton's definitely going to take the spot, but I could see Mac Jones playing later this year. Alrighty, our third card in this break is going to be a neon signs, and that is Anthony Schwartz. Anthony Schwartz of the Browns. 96 out of 125. 96 out of 125. The third card right there. Our fourth card is going to be an Alan Fanaka auto. Alan Fanaka, 53 out of 199. Or Alan Faneca, 53 out of 199. A nice Steeler auto right there. Alrighty, and last but not least, we are going to have, it is 1 out of 54, and that is Terrace Marshall Jr. 1 out of 54 right there. Alrighty. So we have the 5 cards up on the right side of the screen, and here we go. We are going to do our draft. The cards are listed right here. The user in order right there. Brett Favre, 179 out of 250. Mac Jones, 3 out of 47. Anthony Schwartz, 96 out of 125. Alan Faneca, 53 out of 199. And Terrace Marshall, 1 out of 54. T-Man with the first pick. I wonder what he is going to do. Mac Jones. Adam up next. Mac Jones was the first selection. Adam with the second. Adam with Anthony Schwartz. Alrighty. Now it is going to Mark. With the Terrace Marshall, 1 of 54. And now T-Man choosing between Brett Favre and Alan Faneca. T-Man with Alan Faneca, leaving Haley with Brett Favre. Alrighty. here we go. Let's run these cards down in the order of their selection. The first overall is the Mac Jones. The Mac Jones of the New England Patriots. Nice Mac Jones hit right there. The second pick of the draft is going to be an Anthony Schwartz, and that is going to Adam. Anthony Schwartz headed to Adam, 96 out of 125 right there. Followed up by card number 3, the Terrace Marshall Jr. Xenon element, 1 out of 54, going to Mark. Next up, we have card number 4 going to T-Man, and that is Alan Faneca of the Pittsburgh Steelers with the auto, 53 out of 199. An absolute stud lineman from Pittsburgh. And with the 5th pick in the draft, Haley selects Brett Favre, the gold Brett Favre, 179 out of 250. That's a great card right there. And with that, we are done with break 1196. We will be right back from the hardwood for some basketball. Alrighty, we are back from the hardwood, and we have Shannon's break coming up here. But first, we will do the randomization of Wig. Randomization of Wig. Wig, wig, wig. John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Kenneth Smith.
Kenneth Smith getting a Topps Series 2 baseball. Topps Series 2 baseball going to Kenneth. Let's see what we've got. See you, T-Man. Have a wonderful evening. James Carnach, Ryan Weathers of the Padres, Keg Krimble of the Cubs, Andrew Henney of the Los Angeles Angels. Then we have Trevor Rogers of Miami, Michael Pinata of the Twins, Enola Paredes of the Astros, Anthony Rendren of the Angels, followed by James Paxton of the Yanks, Nolan Arenado, followed up by Trey Mancini of the Orioles, Joe Musgrove of the Padres, Christian Walker of the Diamondbacks, and Raymond Laureano of the Athletics. Alrighty. And with that, here we go. This is break 720, the Shannon break. The Shannon break, the 2020-21 Donruss basketball hobby. Break 720. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize it. 12 times. Boom. There we go. We will get those teams, or those teams are loaded. We'll let them run through as I open this box. Just a casual 30 cards per pack in this break. John, this might be one of those where you're going to want to sort as I open. It's 30 cards per pack. That's gonna add up quick right there.
Yeah.
Alrighty, we have Karis Lever of the Nets, followed up by Derek White of the Spurs, Duncan Robinson of the Heat, DeAndre Hunter of the Hawks, Matthew Dellavedova of the Cavs, Bobby Portis of the Knicks, Tyler Hero of the Heat, Jeff Green of the Rockets, Bryn Forbes of the Spurs, followed by Lou Williams of the Clippers, Dwayne Bacon of the Hornets, Thon Maker of the Pistons, Langston Galloway of the Pistons, Markelle Fultz of the Magic, CJ McCollum of the Trailblazers, John Wall of the Wizards, Nikola Jokic, Mr. MVP himself, of the Denver Nuggets. Following up the filler, we have a Zero Gravity Julius Erving. Zero Gravity Julius Erving of the Philadelphia 76ers. Then we have a Net Marvels Zion Williamson. Zion Williamson of the New Orleans Pelicans going to Eric. Team. Followed by a Craftsman Luka Doncic of the Dallas Mavericks. A Zero Gravity Blake Griffin of the Detroit Pistons. A Net Marvels Rui Hachimura of the Washington Wizards to Sean. Followed by a Drazen Petrovic Retro Series of the Portland Trailblazers going to Sean. Then we have a Saban Lee rated rookie of the Detroit Pistons. Saban Lee of the Detroit Pistons right there. And that is going to be heading to Ben. Followed up by a Tyler Bay of the Dallas Mavericks. Tyler Bay of the Mavs rated rookie. Terrell Terry rated rookie of the Mavs as well. Both of those going to Sean. Then we have Peyton Pritchard of the Boston Celtics heading to Sean. Followed up by Tyrese Maxey of the 76ers going to Sean. And Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks to Sean. And our first auto is going to be a Tyrese Maxey red rated rookie and not numbered, but that, oh yes it is. It is 10 out of 49 of the Philadelphia 76ers going to Sean. On to our second pack in this break. Wow. When you go through the Element 5 carders and then you dive into one of these, it is quite the difference. Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, Wesley Matthews of the Bucks, followed up by Marquise Chris of the Warriors, Danilo Gallinari of the Thunder, Brook Lopez of the Bucks, Doug McDermott of the Pacers, Miles Turner of the Pacers, Mike Conley of the Jazz, Paul Millsap of the Nuggets, Davis Bertrand of the Wizards, Otto Porter of the Bulls, Robert Covington of the Rockets, James Harden of the Rockets, Kemba Walker of the Celtics, Jarrett Culver of the Timberwolves, Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers, Josh Hart of the Pelicans, Tim Hardaway of the Mavs, a Retro Series Shaquille O'Neal of the Lakers going to Jake, followed up by a Crunch Time Rui Hachimura of the Wizards, and a Crunch Time Luka Doncic of the Dallas Mavericks. Followed up by a Craftsman James Harden of the Houston Rockets. Followed by a Retro Series Chris Webber. Then we have a Net Marvels Luka of the Dallas Mavericks heading to Sean. Followed up by some rated rookies. Kira Lewis Jr. of the New Orleans Pelicans to Eric. Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns going to Sean. Oh, he came in like a mellow ball. going to Jake right there with the mellow ball base. Followed that up by Cassius Stanley of the Indiana Pacers heading to Joseph. Then we have Jameis Ramsey of the Sacramento Kings going to Ben, and Jordan Nora of the Milwaukee Bucks. Jordan Nora of the Bucks headed to Shannon. On to our second pack in this one. Mark Gasol of the Raptors, Derek Jones of the Heat, Juan Gomez of the Mavs, followed by Andre Drummond of the Cavs, Evan Fournier of the Magic, Rui Hachimura of the Wizards, Kevin Porter of the Cavs, Rudy Gobert of the Jazz, Eric Bledsoe of the Bucks, followed up by Pascal Siakam of the Raptors, Dante DiVincenzo of the Bucks, Russell Westbrook of the Rockets, Chris Paul of the Thunder, Dorian Finney-Smith of the Mavs, Bojan Bogdanovic of the Jazz, Kevin Durant of the Brooklyn Nets, Josh Jackson of the Grizzlies, Jordan Clarkson of the Jazz, and Klay Thompson of the Golden State Warriors. And now we have the Zion Williamson of the Pelicans headed to Eric. The Retro Series Karl Malone of the Utah Jazz going to Eric as well. Retro Series Amari Stoudemire of the Phoenix Suns going to Sean. Amari Stoudemire, probably my favorite basketball player of all time. The Crunch Time James Harden of the Houston Rockets to Ben, followed by our rookies. This one is the rookies, Obi Toppin of the New York Knicks going to Sean. Then we have a Zero Gravity Sean Kemp of the Seattle Supersonics, now the Oklahoma City Thunder, and that's going to Sean. And now into our rated rookies. We have Theo Maledon of the Thunder, Malachi Flynn of the Raptors, RJ Hampton of the Denver Nuggets, followed up by Alexei Pokusevsky of the Thunder, Isaiah Stewart of the Detroit Pistons, Isaiah Stewart from right here in Rochester, and then Devin Vassell of the San Antonio Spurs heading to Shannon. Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz, Chris Middleton of the Bucks, Malcolm Brogdon of the Pacers, D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves, followed by Mo Bamba of the Magic, Anthony Davis of the Lakers, Malik Beasley of the Timberwolves, Wendell Carter of the Bulls, Jared Allen of the Nets, Seth Curry of the Mavs, Dylan Brooks of the Grizzlies, Christian Wood of the Pistons, PJ Washington of the Hornets, LaMarcus Aldridge of the Spurs, Bismack Biyombo of the Hornets, Aaron Baines of the Suns, followed up by Kyrie Irving of the Nets, Jaren Jackson of the Grizzlies. Then we have the Net Marvels, Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors, a Retro Series Allen Iverson of the 76ers, Trae Young Net Marvels of the Atlanta Hawks, followed up by a Retro Series David Robinson of the Spurs. Then we have a Crunch Time Pascal Siakam, followed by a Craftsman Joel Embiid of the 76ers. Here we go. We have Obi Toppin of the Knicks, followed by an Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves going to Joe. Then we have Kenyon Martin Jr. of the Houston Rockets heading to Ben, followed by Elijah Hughes of the Utah Jazz going to Eric, Robert Woodard II of the Sacramento Kings going to Ben, and then Vernon Carey Jr. of the Hornets going to Jake. And we're on to the fifth pack. Lonnie Walker, the fourth, followed by Joe Ingles, Jeff Teague, Al Horford, Jay Crowder, followed up by Troy Brown of the Wizards, Nemanja Bjelica, Thomas Bryant of the Wizards, Harry Giles of the Kings, Matisse Thybulle of the 76ers, DeAndre Ayton of the Suns, Patty Mills of the Spurs, Norman Powell of the Raptors, Kelly Oubre of the Suns, Dwight Howard of the Lakers, Karl Anthony Towns of the Timberwolves, Colin Sexton of the Cavs, and Josh Richardson of the 76ers. And now we have a crunch time RJ Barrett of the Knicks, followed up by a Craftsman Anthony Davis of the Lakers, a Retro Series Oscar Robinson of the Milwaukee Bucks, followed by a Net Marvels Kawhi Leonard, followed by Jerry West of the Lakers with that Retro Series right there, and a crunch time Zach LaVine of the Chicago Bulls. Alrighty, these rated rookies, we have Udoka Azubuike of the Jazz going to Eric, followed up by Denny Avdija of the Washington Wizards to Sean, Onika Okongwu of the Atlanta Hawks going to Phil, followed by Grant Riller of the Charlotte Hornets going to Jake, and CJ Ellaby of the Trailblazers heading to Sean. Then we have Nico Mannion of the Golden State Warriors going to Sean as well. Oh my god. 150 cards down. On to pack number 6. Daniel House of the Rockets, Drew Holiday of the Pelicans, Spencer Dinwiddie of the Nets, Shai Gilgeous of the Thunder, Trae Young of the Hawks, Carmelo Anthony of the Trailblazers, followed by Condavious Caldwell-Pope of the Lakers, Chris Dunn of the Bulls, Nerlens Noel of the Thunder, followed by J.J. Redick of the Pelicans, James Johnson of the Timberwolves, Grant Williams of the Celtics, Andrew Wiggins of the Warriors, Kevin Love of the Cavs, Lonzo Ball of the Pelicans, Gary Harris of the Denver Nuggets, Derrick Rose of the Pistons, followed up by Steven Adams of the Thunder. We have a filler right there, and underneath that filler, we are going to have a zero gravity Zach LaVine, followed up by a Giannis Net Marvels. Then we have a Craftsman Russell Westbrook, followed by a zero gravity Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz, a Net Marvels Zach LaVine of the Chicago Bulls, then a Retro Series Kevin Garnett of the Minnesota Timberwolves, and now we're diving back into some more rookies. We have Kenyon Martin Jr. of the Houston Rockets, followed by Elijah Hughes of the Utah Jazz, Robert Woodard II of the Sacramento Kings, followed up by Vernon Carey Jr. of the Charlotte Hornets, Udoka Azubuike of the Utah Jazz, and Denny Avdija of the Washington Wizards. 4 packs left in this break. Just a casual 30 card a pack break right here. Ja Morant of the Grizzlies, Landry Shamet of the Clippers, Bogdan Bogdanovic of the Kings, Buddy Hield of the Kings, Gordon Hayward of the Celtics, Bradley Beal of the Wizards, Keldon Johnson of the Spurs, followed by Ben Simmons of the 76ers, Ivica Zubac of the Clippers, Steph Curry of Golden State, Mikal Bridges of the Suns, Darius Garland of the Cavs, Bam Adebayo of the Heat, Joel Embiid of the Sixers, Damian Lillard of the Trailblazers, Shake Milton of the 76ers, and Jackson Hayes of the Pelicans. And it looks like we're going to have an auto, or a Jersey Kings, and that is Mr. Mike Bibby. Mike Bibby of the Atlanta Hawks headed to Phil. Little throwback right there. Followed up by a Retro Series Moses Malone. Retro Series Moses Malone. Then we have a Crunch Time Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks. Followed by a Crunch Time Joel Embiid of the 76ers. A Craftsman Ben Simmons of the 76ers. A Retro Series Patrick Ewing of the Knicks. And then a Kyrie Irving Net Marvels of the Brooklyn Nets. Followed by Onika Okongwu of the Atlanta Hawks going to Phil. Then we have Grant Riller of the Charlotte Hornets headed to Jake. CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers going to Sean. Followed by Nico Mannion of the Golden State Warriors heading to Sean as well. followed up by Xavier Tillman of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Shannon, and Desmond Bain of the Grizzlies as well heading to Shannon. Already 3 packs left in this break. Miles Bridges of the Hornets, Cody White of the Bulls, Serge Ibaka of the Raptors, Marcus Morris of the Clippers, Harrison Barnes of the Kings, Shabazz Napier of the Wizards, Will Barton of the Nuggets, Victor Oladipo of the Pacers, followed up by Clint Capella of the Hawks, Jonas Valanciunas of the Grizzlies. Then we have DeMar DeRozan of the Spurs, Torrey Craig of the Nuggets, Michael Porter of the Nuggets, Dennis Schroeder of the Thunder, Julius Randle of the Knicks, Alex Caruso of the Lakers, Paul George of the Clippers, Luka Doncic of the Mavs. And now we have our Craftsman LeBron James of the Los Angeles Lakers, followed by a Retro Series in Fernie Hardaway of the Orlando Magic, a Tim Duncan of the Spurs, followed by Kyrie Irving of the Brooklyn Nets going to Steven. Then we have the rookies, LaMelo Ball. He came in like a mellow ball, and that is going to Jake. Right there, nice LaMelo hit, followed by a zero gravity Anthony Davis. And now we're diving into our rated rookies. We have Emmanuel Quickley of the Knicks, Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets, Sadiq Bey of the Detroit Pistons, followed by Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics. Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics. Then we have Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons. Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons heading to Ben, and Patrick Williams of the Bulls going to Sean. Kendrick Nunn of the Heat, Kyle Kuzma of the Lakers, Jimmy Butler of the Heat, Zion of the Pelicans, TJ Warren of the Pacers, Draymond Green of the Warriors, Torian Prince of the Nets, Tobias Harris of the 76ers, Jonathan Isaac of the Magic, followed up by Marcus Smart of the Celtics, Enes Kanter of the Celtics. Then we have an OG Anunoby of the Raptors, Fred VanVleet of the Raptors, Eric Paschall of the Warriors, Aaron Gordon of the Maverick, Kevin Huerter of the Hawks, Detroit Pistons, Sekou Doumbouya, and Jamal Murray of the Golden State Warriors. Then we have the Net Marvels, Russell Westbrook of the Houston Rockets, followed by a Retro Series, Pete Maravich of the Atlanta Hawks, the Net Marvels, LeBron James of the Lakers, a Retro Series, Bill Russell of the Celtics, a Crunch Time, Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies, and then a Craftsman, Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks. And now into the rated rookies. And we're going to have Cassius Winston of the Wizards, followed by going to Sean, followed by Nick Richards of the Charlotte Hornets going to Jake, Trey Jones of the San Antonio Spurs going to Shannon, Daniel Aturo of the Los Angeles Clippers going to Sean, Jaden McDaniels of the Timberwolves headed to Joseph, and then Caleb Martin of the Charlotte Hornets going to Jake. Jordan Poole of the Warriors, Luke Kennard of the Pistons, RJ Barrett of the Knicks, Joe Harrison of the Nets, Lauri Markkanen of the Bulls, Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, Giannis of the Bucks, Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks, Cam Reddish of the Hawks, followed up by John Collins of the Hawks, LeBron James of the Lakers, Blake Griffin of the Pistons, followed up by Ricky Rubio of the Suns, Terrence Ross of the Magic, Kristaps of the Mavs, Hassan Whiteside of Portland, Marvin Bagley of the Kings, and Goran Dragic of the Heat. A Crunch Time LeBron James of the Los Angeles Lakers going to Jake, followed by the rookies James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors headed to Sean, followed up by a Retro Series Dennis Rodman of the Bulls, Ben Simmons of the Net Marvels, Ben Simmons of the 76ers, a Paul Pierce Retro Series of the Celtics, followed by a Zion Williamson Crunch Time of the New Orleans Pelicans. And then our rookies, we have Precious Achua of the Miami Heat going to Ben, followed up by Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic heading to Steven. Tyrese Halliburton of the Sacramento Kings going to Ben. Isaac Okoro of the Cavaliers going to Shannon. Then we have James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors going to Sean. And Skylar Mays of the Atlanta Hawks going to Phil. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down, of which there is quite a few. Skylar Mays of the Hawks, James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors, Isaac Okoro of the Cavs, Tyrese Halliburton of the Kings, Cole Anthony of the Magic, Precious Achua of the Miami Heat, the James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors, Caleb Martin of the Hornets, Jaden McDaniels of the Timberwolves, Daniel Oturu of the Clippers, Trey Jones of the Spurs, Nick Richard of the Hornets, Cassius Winston of the Wizards, Patrick Williams of the Bulls, Killian Hayes of the Pistons, Aaron Naismith of the Celtics, Sadiq Bey of the Pistons, Zeke Naji of the Nuggets, Emmanuel Quickley of the Knicks, Desmond Bane of the Grizzlies, Xavier Tillman of the Grizzlies, Nico Mannion of the Golden State Warriors, CJ Ellaby of the Trailblazers, Grant Riller of the Hornets, and Onika Okongwu of the Hawks. Followed up by Denny Avadaya of the Wizards, Udoka Azubuike of the Jazz, Vernon Carey Jr. of the Hornets, Robert Woodard II of the Kings, Elijah Hughes of the Jazz, Kenny Martin of the Houston Rockets, Nico Mannion of Golden State, CJ Ellaby of the Trailblazers, Grant Riller of the Hornets, Onika Okongwu of the Hawks, Denny Avadaya of the Wizards, Udoka Azubuike of the Jazz, Vernon Carey Jr. of the Hornets, Robert Woodard of the Kings, Elijah Hughes of the Jazz, Kenny Martin Jr. of the Rockets, Obi Toppin of the Knicks, Devin Vassell of the Spurs, Isaiah Stewart of the Detroit Pistons, Lesky Pukusevsky of the Thunder, RJ Hampton of the Nuggets, Malachi Flynn of the Raptors, Theo Maledon of the Thunder, the rookies Obi Toppin of the Knicks, Jordan Nora of the Bucks, Jameis Ramsey of the Kings, Cassius Stanley of the Pacers, Jalen Smith of the Suns, Kira Lewis Jr. of the Pelicans, Josh Green of the Mavs, Tyrese Maxey of the 76ers, Peyton Pritchard of the Celtics, Terrell Terry of the Mavs, Tyler Bay of the Mavs, and Saban Lee of the Pistons. And now on to the featured cards. We have the Anthony Edwards base, the LaMelo Ball base, and then the Came In Like a Mellow Ball, the Rookies edition. Both those LaMelo Balls going to Jake, and Anthony Edwards of the Timberwolves going to Joe. And then we have our Jersey Kings, Mike Bibby of the Hawks, and then a Tyrese Maxey 10 out of 49 auto of the 76ers. The 76ers going to Sean, and a Mike Bibby of the Atlanta Hawks to Phil. And with that, we are done with Shannon's break number 720. We'll be right back from BT Field with All Elements Card Random. Alrighty. This is break 1155, the 2021 Elements One Box Card Random. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize the people in this break to see what number cards they're going to get. 4 times. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Alright, after we pull the cards, we will randomize those as well. Looks like we're going with Jared with getting card 1, Kenneth with card 2 and 4, Chris with card 3, and Phil with card 5. Alrighty, let's see what the first card is. It is going to be a 207 out of 250 gold Jared Goff. Jared Goff 207 out of 250. And I'm just typing these into the randomizer as we go. The second card in this pack is going to be a Miami Dolphin, and it is going to be a Jalen Waddle out of 199. And that is going to be 63 out of 199. Our next card, our third card, is going to be a rookie neon signs Kenneth Gainwell. Kenneth Gainwell, and that is 2 out of 75. 2 out of 75 are right there. Our fourth card out of this Elements is going to be a New England Patriot, and that is Willie McGinnis, 22 out of 27. What a throwback there. And last but not least, we have out of 94, it is going to be Jalen Darden of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And that is going to be number 20 out of 94. 20 out of 94. Alrighty. Well, let's see how many times we're going to randomize these cards, and then we will match them up. It's going to be 9 times. 1 second, folks. Nine times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. There we go. And here we go. Alrighty, and the Jalen Darden 20 out of 94 is going to Jared. Going to Jared, card number 1 right there. Card number 2 going to Kenneth is going to be the 22 out of 27 Willie McGinnis Cobalt Auto. Card number 3 going to Chris is going to be the 63 out of 199 Jalen Waddle Electric of the Miami Dolphins. Card number 4, the 207 out of 250 Jared Goff of the Detroit Lions. Jared Goff of the Detroit Lions right there. And the last card is going to be the 2 out of 75 Kenneth Gainwell going to Phil. And with that, we are done with break 1155. We are going to take about a roughly 24-minute break, and we'll be back with some Donruss Elite Football at 10:30. We are back. We are back with some Break Traders late night. Love getting after it late at night here. To answer your question, Jason from Facebook, you would have to scroll way back on our YouTube, or if you go to YouTube, search Break Traders and go to this live show, I believe you can scroll back. It'll be roughly like about, trying to think when 72 would have gone. You'd have to just scroll back until you're able to find it. That went,
It says 8:15.
roughly around 8:15, which, just trying to think where that would have been in the timeline, but it would be in probably the first third of when you're scrolling back. Alrighty. We're going to get into this Donruss Elite, but first we're going to do our next movie keyword giveaway. Guessing here. And that keyword is fighting.
Disregard.
Type fighting in the chat. No correct guesses yet. Adam. Fighting could work for Deadliest Catch as well. All right, that has ended. And here we go. This is break 1174, the 2021 Donruss Elite One Box Pick Your Team. And folks, would love to keep this going tonight. If you are interested in football, we have an Elements Hit Draft available that we would estimate breaking right around 11:45 p.m. this evening. A little Elements Hit Draft for you there. Tre'Davious White of the Bills, Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs, a rookie elitist, Mac Jones of the New England Patriots going to Mark, followed by Jalen Ramsey of the Rams and A.J. Brown of the Tennessee Titans. We also have an Elements Division Random if you want to get in something that's a little more affordable, and you can use our new release discount on that. Nick Bosa of the 49ers. We have an elite deck, Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals. Following that up with John Elway of the Broncos and Stephon Gilmore of the Patriots. And here we go. It is going to be a Pen Pals auto, and that is Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers heading to Mark. We have Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs, Joe Montana of the 49ers, another Mac Jones of the Patriots going to Mark, followed by Teddy Bridgewater of the Carolina Panthers and Henry Ruggs III of the Raiders. Aaron Rodgers of the Packers, Jamal Adams of the Seattle Seahawks, followed by a Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons going to Steve, 2001 Throwback Edition, Terry Bradshaw of the Steelers and Mark Brunell of the Jaguars. Nick Chubb of the Bears, followed by Brian Dawkins of the Eagles. Then we have a status, a Randy Moss out of 84 of the Minnesota Vikings, going to Mark right there. Followed up by Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers and Daniel Jones of the New York Giants. One spot left in the UFC weight class random. Let's get another UFC tonight. Julio Jones of the Falcons, Travis Kelce of the Chiefs, Trey Sermon out of 99 of the San Francisco 49ers going to Derek. Derek, welcome to Break Traders, followed by DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals and Matt Stafford of the Rams. Joe Burrow of the Bengals, followed by Mike Gesicki of the Dolphins. Then we have Dylan Moses of the Jaguars. Dylan Moses of the Jaguars going to Sean, followed up by Tua of the Dolphins and Luke Kuechly of the Panthers. Aaron Jones of the Packers, Quinn Williams of the Jets, a rookie on deck, Zach Wilson of the New York Jets, and that is going to Mark, followed up by Drew Brees of the New Orleans Saints, and then we have Jerry Rice of the 49ers. We have Myles Garrett of the Browns, Justin Herbert of the Chargers, a spellbound Patrick Mahomes out of 75 of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Mark. Following that one up with Jonathan Taylor of the Colts and TJ Watt of the Steelers. Matt Ryan of the Falcons, Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, the New Orleans Saints Ascension, followed by Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys and Lamar Jackson of the Baltimore Ravens. Tyler Heineke of the Washington Football Team, Brandon Cooks of the Texans. Then we have Joe Namath out of 399 of the New York Jets going to Mark, followed up by Aaron Donald of the Rams and Devin White of the of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Chase Young of the Washington Football Team, Joe Namath of the Jets, a spellbound Tom Brady out of 349 of the Buccaneers going to Mark, followed by Barry Sanders of the Lions and Tom Brady of the Patriots. This pack feels a little thicker. And that is because there is a thick card in there. We have David Montgomery, followed by an elite deck, Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings, headed to Mark, Joe Mixon of the Bengals, and Derek Carr of the Raiders. And our thick card is going to be a throwback out of 299. That is Mr. Troy Polamalu of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Troy Polamalu, throwback of the Steelers right there. Keenan Allen of the Chargers, Kyler Murray of the Cardinals, Larry Fitzgerald out of 25 of the Arizona Cardinals going to Mark right there, followed up by Justin Tucker of the Ravens and Juju Smith-Schuster of the Steelers. Randy Moss of the Vikings, Ryan Tannehill of the Titans. We have a Tom Brady out of 399 of the Buccaneers headed to Mark, followed up by a Dak Prescott of the Cowboys and Dan Marino of the Dolphins. Terry McLaurin of the Washington football team. And then we have a turn of the Century Auto, and that is Kenneth Gainwell of the Philadelphia Eagles heading to Mark. Then we have an elite company of the Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys, and we're going to be randomizing that between those 4 teams right there. Tom Brady of the Bucks and Von Miller of the Broncos. 4 packs left right here. J.J. Watt of the Cardinals, Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills, a 2001 throwback Tua of the Miami Dolphins headed to Mark, followed up by Julian Edelman of the Patriots and DJ Moore of the Panthers. We got 3 cards left, or 3 packs left in this break. Michael Thomas of the Saints, followed by Frank Gifford of the Giants. We have a rookie on deck, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers going to Mark, followed up by Josh Jacobs of the Raiders and Hollywood Brown of the Ravens. We have Peyton Manning of the Colts, DK Metcalf of the Seahawks, a Tyson Campbell RC of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Sean, followed by James Robinson of the Jags and Brian Urlacher of the Bears. Baker Mayfield of the Browns, Miles Sanders of the Eagles. We have Azeez Olahari of the New York Giants going to Mark of the Giants, followed by Saquon Barkley of the Giants and Larry Fitzgerald of the Cardinals. All right, let's randomize this elite company. It's going to be between the Cowboys, the Washington football team, the Cowboys, and the 49ers. We're going to randomize it 9 times. 9 times on that randomization. Boom. There we go. It's going to the Washington football team, which is Mark H. All right, let's run down these rookies. We have Azeez Olahari of the Giants, Tyson Campbell of the Jaguars, Dylan Moses of the Jaguars, a Trey Sermon out of 99 of the 49ers, Javian Hawkins 2001 throwback of the Falcons, Mac Jones of the Patriots, and a rookie elitist Mac Jones. And now on to our featured cards. First, some playing cards. The rookie on deck, Jamar Chase. The rookie on deck, Zach Wilson. The elite deck, Justin Jefferson. And the elite deck, Kyler Murray. And sorry, that first rookie on deck is Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers to Mark. Rookie on deck, New York Jets, or Zach Wilson going to Mark. Justin Jefferson of the Vikings to Mark. And Kyler Murray of the Cardinals to Mark. A little Mark sweep right there. Then we have 2 veteran numbers. We have the Spellbound out of 75 and the Larry Fitzgerald out of 25. Followed up by the throwback out of 299, Troy Polamalu. And then we have 2 rookie autos. We have the turn of the century Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles and the Chuba Hubbard Black Ink Pen Pal auto of the Panthers. Chuba Hubbard going to Mark H. and Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles also going to Mark H. Alrighty. And with that, we are done with break 1174. We will be right back from the hardwood. We've got some select basketball coming up here, but we've got some teams to auction off. 4 teams to auction off, and we're going to do them all individually. The Atlanta Hawks, the Denver Nuggets, the Houston Rockets, and the Trailblazers. The first team is the Atlanta Hawks, starting the bidding at $5, increments of $1. 10 from TK. 10 from TK. The current high bid. $11 from Phil. 15 from Michael. All right, we're going to start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids in the 30-second window will trigger another 15-second bid clock, and those will continue being re-triggered until there's no bids for a 15-second clock. 30 seconds on the clock. The high bid is $15. Spoke. Alrighty. Michael takes the Atlanta Hawks for $15. Michael, you can send your payment via PayPal. The link is in the chat, or you can wait until after the rest of the teams are auctioned off in case you purchase more teams. Here goes. It's the Denver Nuggets in increments of $1 as well. $6 from Harry. 10 from TK. Alrighty, we're going to start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids in this window will trigger a 15-second secondary window. Select basketball hobby hybrid. You can always see what's going to be open right underneath my face. Alrighty. Harry takes it with 11, but we do have to start the 15-second because he put the $11 bid out in the window. Alrighty, Harry, you know what to do there. All right, next up, the Houston Rockets. Houston Rockets start the bidding at $5 in increments of $1. Alrighty, we'll start a 30-second timer. Hopefully someone wants the Rockets. Otherwise, they're a BreakTraders team. Oh, Harry has it for 6. Or 5. 5. Harry has it for 5. Sorry, for some reason that didn't show up on the restream. We're really having, or the OBS window here. We're definitely having some issues with that still, John. Harry takes the Rockets. You know what to do. And next up, we have the Trailblazers. The Trailblazers starting at $5 in increments of $1. Whatever you want, Harry, with that one.
Do 5.
Yeah, just do the 5. $5 for James with the Trailblazers. $5 for James with the Trailblazers. We'll start a 30-second countdown. Yep, James had it first, 5 for the Blazers. 30-second countdown. Any bids within that 30 seconds will re-trigger a new one. Brendan has him for 7 right now. 7 right now. $8 from James, so we'll definitely be doing another countdown. Brendan with 9. $10 from James, and we will start another 15-second countdown. There we go. James has them. James, you can pay via the link in the PayPal. And while we wait to receive payment from everyone, the keyword is fighting. Type fighting in the chat to be entered to win. We will randomize it right after this. And folks, remember, we've got quite a few new releases tonight as well. We have an Elements Hit Draft that I'm giving you 30% off of that you could get in, and that will go probably right around midnight, roughly. We also have any of our new releases you can take 25% off of. 25% off of right there with the promo code NEWRELEASE820. And that works for any of the elements, like that element division random that Phil talked about, also Spectra basketball, and then we have an immaculate baseball. That Spectra basketball is really hot in terms of its value right now on the market. Looks like there's 23 spots left in that one. Alrighty. John, can we get a 5-second countdown on fighting?
Sure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is. Oh, just a moment.
Huh?
Dean Peterson.
Dean Peterson with the giveaway victory. Adam Pelich, Ryan Pullock, followed by Sebastian Aho. Then we have O.P. Thomas Harley, followed by Zdeno Chara, the checklist, and then Sean Walker. That is possible. I'll have to look into that. Alrighty. Get those teams loaded up. Here we go. This is break 1175, the 2020-21 Select Hybrid One Box Pick Your Team. Will do. I'll show you. We'll chat on that, Harry. And you see Dean's information there, John? He's in this. He's the 76ers. We have Steven Adams of the Pelicans, Kyrie Irving of the Knicks, Zeke Naji RC of the Denver Nuggets. Then we're going to have a courtside green Chris Middleton, and that is going to be a 2 out of 5. The 2 out of 5 Chris Middleton of the Milwaukee Bucks headed to TK. Yep, 1169. 1169 was the first break of the evening. That was at 7:30. Alrighty. What a nice hit right here. The 2 of 5 courtside Chris Middleton. Just trying to make sure because the card's a little wonky. It's like bowed up, so I don't want to... I just wanted to make sure that it went in that mag well. Nice hit for TK. It's in there good right there, Harry. Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns right there going to TK as well, and Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz. Interesting that when those cards we have, where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Isaiah Joe? Nice, awesome, Daniel. Then we have Isaiah Joe of the 76ers right there. Steph Curry of the Wizards, or of the Warriors, followed by a Disco Xavier Tillman of the Memphis Grizzlies going to TK. And then we have a courtside Disco Daniel Oturo of the Clippers headed to Ryan. Ryan, welcome to BreakTraders. Followed by Yusuf Nurkic of the Trailblazers and Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks. Yeah, that Elements Division Random, 4 spots left, and you can take 25% off it with that new release promo code that is in the chat. Luka Doncic of the Mavs, a courtside Tyler Bay of the Dallas Mavericks headed to TK, followed by Brooke Lopez of the Bucks, a Disco Lauri Markkanen of the Chicago Bulls going to Lonis, followed by a Killian Hayes RC, and then Marvin Bagley III of the Sacramento Kings headed to Ryan, followed by, of the Sacramento Kings. We've also, Daniel, got an Elements hit draft for 30% off. We have Tyrese Halliburton of the Sacramento Kings going to Ryan, followed up by Fred VanVleet of the Toronto Raptors, a Disco Tobias Harris of the Philadelphia 76ers going to Dean, followed up by a Silver Davis Bertans of the Wizards headed to Dean as well. Then we have a Zeke Naji RC of the Denver Nuggets going to Harry, and Russell Westbrook of the Wizards going to Dean. Alrighty. Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets to Harry, Tyrese Halliburton of the Kings going to Ryan, Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons headed to Tingsy. The Tyler Bay courtside of the Dallas Mavericks going to TK. The Disco Xavier Tillman of the Memphis Grizzlies headed to TK. Isaiah Joe of the 76ers going to Dean. Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns headed to TK. And Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets going to Harry. And now on to our featured cards, of which there are 2. We have the rookie, the courtside Disco Daniel Arturo of the Los Angeles Clippers going to Ryan. And then, boom, shakalaka, it is Mr. Chris Middleton. And that is a 2 out of 5. 2 out of 5 right there. Nice Milwaukee Bucks hit right there. 2 out of 5. And that is going to be going to TK. And with that, we are done with break 1175. And we will be right back from BT Park for some select hobby baseball. Yeah. Alrighty. Here we go. We have some select baseball. This is break 1176, the 2021 Panini Select Hobby 1 box. Pick your team for some baseball. 5 cards per pack, 12 packs per box. Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians, Aristides Aquino of the Cincinnati Reds, followed by a nice Christian Pache RC of the Atlanta Braves going to Brooks, followed by Vladimir Guerrero of the Toronto Blue Jays. And then we're going to have a memorabilia. It's going to be out of 99, and that is Gio Urshela of the New York Yankees. And that is going to be going to Daniel. Starling Marte of the Miami Marlins, followed by Ronald Acuna of the Atlanta Braves, Blake Snell of the Padres, a silver Devi Garcia of the New York Yankees RC going to Daniel, and then Nelson Cruz of the Minnesota Twins. We have Charlie Blackmon of the Rockies, followed by Jack Flaherty of the St. Louis Cardinals. Then we have a Moonshots Joey Votto of the Cincinnati Reds. Cincinnati Reds right there, followed by Michael Brantley of the Houston Astros. Mike, thrilled to hear that. Then we have an Adonis Medina rookie patch auto out of 99 of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Daniel. Alrighty, here we go. Yeah, Mike, we typically run the breaks back to back. We do take like actual breaks in between them from time to time, especially with the eBay breaks because they're on a specific schedule. Travis Blakenhorn of the Minnesota Twins going to Cynthia, followed by a Daz Cameron RC. Daz Cameron of the Detroit Tigers going to Ryan. And then we're going to have a white coming up here, followed by, there's a filler there. Then we have the red, white, and blue Dominic Smith of the New York Mets going to Daniel, followed by a Daniel Johnson RC of the Cleveland Guardians, and that is going to Ryan. And here we go, a white out of 50. It is going to be Matt Chapman of the Oakland Athletics going to Cynthia. Matt Chapman of the Oakland Athletics going to Cynthia right there. Miguel Yerger of the Pittsburgh Pirates and RC going to Matthew. Matthew, welcome to BreakTraders. Austin Meadow of the Tampa Bay Rays, followed by a 25-man Trevor Bauer of the Cincinnati Reds going to Ryan. Then we have Nate Pearson of the Toronto Blue Jays. Nate Pearson of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Shane. And here we go. It is going to be out of 199, and that is a Casey Miz rookie patch auto of the Chicago White Sox. And that is heading to Daniel. And wow, we got 3 of the memorabilia auto hits, 3 of the 4, and we're not even halfway through the break. Jake Woodford of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Brooks, followed by TJ Antoine of the Cincinnati Reds going to Ryan. Then we have the Phenoms, Keston Hiura of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Adam, followed by a Marcell Ozuna of the Atlanta Braves and Bobby Dalbec of the Red Sox. Keston Hiura of the Brewers, Mike Sorka of the Atlanta Braves, Trey Turner of the Washington Nationals, a silver Ryan Mountcastle of the Baltimore Orioles going to Ryan, and a Tucker Davidson of the Atlanta Braves heading to Brooks. Dylan Carlson, RC of the St. Louis Cardinals, heading to Brooks, followed by Luis Campusano of the San Diego Padres going to Daniel. Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. Casey Mize of the Detroit Tigers. Sorry, that's going to Ryan. Going to Ryan. My mistake there, Ryan. Sorry about that. I read sometimes Dustin Mays, silver of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Daniel, followed up by Will Crow of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that is going to Matthew. And then we're going to have a out of 149. It is a blue Estevan Florial RC of the New York Yankees, and that's going to Daniel. Alrighty, 4 packs left in this break. We have the Chris Bubich RC of the Kansas City Royals going to Adam. Jeff McNeil of the Yankees. A Sensations Bo Bichette of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Shane. The Braylon Marquez Diamond with the Chicago right there of the Chicago Cubs. We have Zach Gallen of the Arizona Diamondbacks. We had Cody Whitley of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Brooks, followed by Jesus Luzardo of the Oakland Athletics, Corey Seager of the Los Angeles Dodgers, the red, white, and blue TJ Antoine of the Cincinnati Reds headed to Ryan, followed by Tariq Skubal of the Detroit Tigers going to Ryan B. The double Ryans here tonight. 2 packs left right here. Yordan Alvarez of the Houston Astros. Followed by a Debbie Garcia of the Yankees. Then we have the Lightning, DJ LeMahieu of the New York Yankees, going to Daniel right there. Followed up by Marco Gonzalez of the Seattle Mariners. And then our thick card is going to be out of 99, and that is Justin Sheffield of the Seattle Mariners, and that is going to Matthew. Welcome to BreakTraders, Matt. And if you're new at BreakTraders, you can also use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase from BreakTraders.com. Yadier Molina of the Cardinals, Dustin May of the Angels, a Ryan Jeffers out of 199 RC of the Minnesota Twins going to Cynthia, followed by a Phenoms, Bobby Witt Jr. of the Kansas City Royals going to Adam, followed by Framber Valdez of the Houston Astros. Alrighty, let's run down these rookies. We have the Ryan Jeffers out of 199 of the Twins, Debbie Garcia of the Yankees, Tariq Screwball of the Tigers, the TJ Antoine of the Reds, the red, white, and blue there, Cody Whitley of the Cardinals, Braylon Marquez of the Cubs, the Sensations Bo Bichette of Toronto, Chris Bubik of the Kansas City Royals, the Estevan Florial out of 149 of the Yanks, Will Crow of the Pirates, Luis Campusano of the Padres, Dylan Carlson of the Cardinals, Tucker Davidson of the Braves, Ryan Mountcastle of Baltimore, Bobby Delback of the Red Sox, TJ Antoine of Cincinnati, Jake Woodford of St. Louis, Nate Pearson of Toronto, Miguel Yajur of the Pirates, Daniel Johnson of the Guardians, Daz Cameron of Detroit, Travis Blakenhorn of the Minnesota Twins, the Silver Debbie Garcia of the Yanks, and the Christian Bichet right there with the fancy little circle and triangle background. And I think it's like the Illuminati background right there. We sure will. We will for sure. All right. We have two patches. Justin Sheffield of the Seattle Mariners heading to Matthew, and Gio Urshela of the New York Yankees headed to Daniel. And then we had two rookie patch autos. The first out of 199 and the second out of 99. The Adonis Medina out of 99 rookie patch auto of the Phillies heading to Daniel, and Casey Mize out of 199 of the Detroit Tigers headed to Ryan. Alrighty, and with that, we are done with break 1176. We will be right back from the hardwood with our next, or from the BT field with our next break and with our next giveaway clue. Alrighty, we are back and ready to rock and roll. And for all you newbies, we do something here where we do giveaways. We have I call it the saute stock pot full of packs of cards that we give away. And how we do that is in two ways. We do if you guess the TV show correctly based on the keyword that we're going to give you right now, you'll get a free pull. And then we also randomize everyone that types the keyword into the chat. So here it is. The keyword is sword. Harry's got it. Harry's got it. Of course. And there we go. Harry's going to get a little upper deck hockey. I feel like, I don't know, Adam and Harry always seem to have like an inside track because that it seems like we have pretty similar tastes in movies. No, Harry was first according to ours. I can I don't have my phone on me, so I can't show you. Well, yeah, I can. 1 second. Here you go. You can see right there, Harry was first and Phil was second. Peneka Rin, Jack Hughes, Nick Schmaltz, the marquee rookies Braden Burke, Brendan Lameau, Dennis Gurdov, Justin Brown, and Josh Bailey. Alrighty. And with that, we are here for our next break. This is break 1177. 1177. We're just getting those teams loaded. The 2021 Panini Luminance one box break. Pick your team. Mike, I'll do my best, but I don't necessarily have the ability to just to do that, but I'll try. We have Derrick Henry of the Titans, Cooper Kupp of the Rams, Sam Darnold of the Panthers, Michael Thomas of the Saints, a Daz Newsome out of 75 RC of the Chicago Bears headed to Preston. Then we have a lights out Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers going to Matthew, followed by Sean Wade of the Baltimore Ravens heading to Matthew, Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to William, and Chaz Surratt of the Minnesota Vikings going to Christopher. Alrighty, and here we go. It's going to be a points. So we will randomize those 250 points right here at the end of the break. And we're on to our second pack. Lots of newbies in this break. The majority are new. Thank you for joining us. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase. Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys, Justin Herbert of the Chargers, Hollywood Brown of the Ravens, Adam Thielen of the Vikings, Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers, followed up by a dynamic Delvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings heading to Chris. Then we have a Quincy Roche of the Pittsburgh Steelers right there, headed to Jeremy, followed by Jeremiah Wasso-Kamara of the Cleveland Browns going to William. Then we have Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills going to Preston. And here we go. Our auto is going to be a Kyle Trask out of 50. Kyle Trask out of 50 right there of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to William. Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Deshaun Watson, a T. Higgins out of 25. T. Higgins out of 25 of the Cincinnati Bengals right there. And then we have a Trevor Lawrence out of 299 of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Travis, followed by a flash Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings going to Christopher. Then we have a Jamar Jefferson of the Detroit Lions going to Chris, followed by Asante Samuel Jr. of the Los Angeles Chargers headed to Christopher, and Anthony Schwartz of the Cleveland Browns going to William. And folks, if you like football, which is why you're in this Luminance draft, we've got two ways you can save. First, if you get in the Elements Hit Draft for 30% off, that is going to occur probably right around midnight tonight. Those are great because we randomize your order and then you get to draft the card that you think is that you want based on your spot. We also have 25% off all of our new releases. And here we go. This is going to be a Justin Herbert Bright out of 100 of the Los Angeles Chargers going to Christopher. That's 96 out of 100 for the Chargers. And we're on to our last pack in this one. A.J. Brown of the Titans, followed by Jared Goff of the Lions, Cole Beasley of the Bills, Julian Edelman of the Patriots, a Hunter Long of the Miami Dolphins out of 35 right there. And that is going to be going to Christopher. Then we have a House Calls, Jerry Jeudy of the Denver Broncos going to Preston, followed up by Kenneth Gainwell of the Philadelphia Eagles headed to Chris. Demetric Felton of the Cleveland Browns going to William, and Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers going to Anthony. And our last auto is going to be Trevon Moehrig of the Las Vegas Raiders, and that is going to be going to Chris. Alrighty, and there we go. That is the end of break 1177. Let's run down these rookies. Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers going to Anthony. Demetric Felton of the Browns heading to William. Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles headed to Chris. The Hunter Long out of 35 of the Miami Dolphins going to Chris. Anthony Schwartz of the Browns. Asante Samuel of the Chargers. Jamar Jefferson of the Lions. The Trevor Lawrence out of 299 of the Jaguars going to Travis. Carlos Boogie Basham of the Bills. Jeremiah Wasu-Kamara of the Browns. Quincy Roche of the Steelers, Chaz Surratt of the Vikings, Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay, Sean Wade of the Ravens, and then a Daz Newsome out of 75 of the Chicago Bears. The division random or the elements hit draft or spots left? Alrighty. We have our featured cards, and then right at the end, we will randomize the points. We have the T. Higgins, 16 out of 25 of the Bengals, going to Matthew, and then the Justin Herbert out of 100 of the Chargers patch going to Christopher. And then we have our two autos, and it's going to be a Trevon Moehrig out of 349 of the Las Vegas Raiders headed to Chris, and Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to William. Alrighty, and now we have the 250 points. 250 points that we will randomize right here. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize it. That's 10 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. That is going to be going to Purple Art 1971. John, welcome, or John, great points grab for you. New York Giants would be one of the teams he has. Alrighty, folks, and with that, we are done with break 1177. We are going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back with some Prism T-Mall basketball. Alrighty, we are back, and we have one team to auction off for this 2021 Prism T-Mall one box break. And that is going to be the Houston Rockets. The bidding for the Rockets will start at $5, and it will increase in you can bid in increments of $1. The Houston Rockets. Let's see what you got for them. It appears we might have an early night. Looking like that right now. Nothing on the schedule after this next select break. $5 on the Rockets. Adam with 60 or $6, not $60, $6, Adam. And 30 seconds on the clock. If there's any bids within this 30 second, we will then run another 15-second bid, and we'll continue that method until there's 15 seconds without a bid. Alrighty, Adam, you have it for $6. You have it for $6. The link is in the chat. Alrighty, and John, while we wait to receive payment, we'll do our next keyword. And this one's going to start a new show. Do we have to randomize sword? I thought we did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind, we have to randomize sword. So drop sword in the chat. Yeah, I would love to see that hip break close, but it doesn't appear close. All right, John, can we get a 5-second countdown?
Sure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Adam V.
Adam V. Getting some upper deck hockey. Let's see what we've got here for Adam. Yeah, with that 25% off, you're looking at like just over 40 bucks a spot right there in that division random. Chris Kreider, Brian Rust, Logan Couture, Bobby Fabi, Vital Krustov, Adam Boakfist, Jake Gardner, and Anthony Mantha. I'm glad we don't do full breaks of hockey. That'd be terrible with me. Terrible with me. For me. Thanks, Dan. Awesome. Alrighty. Let's get those teams loaded. And here we go. This is break 1178. 1178 right there. The Panini Prism T-Mall one box break. Yeah, the division random down to 3 spots left. 3 spots left. The 12 packs right here. Let's count them because they were all jumbled around in that box. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12. There we go. Well, Daniel, hopefully you're hooked on the channel for longer than the night, just in case we end up end early or end pretty soon here. We start at 7:30 on Wednesdays and Fridays. Kevin Porter Jr. of the Cavs, Terrence Davis of the Raptors. Then we have Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to Adam right there, followed by Fred VanVleet of the Toronto Raptors and Akira Lewis Jr. RC of the New Orleans Pelicans headed to Caleb. Thrilled to hear that, Phil. We have DeMontis. Oh, awesome, Caleb. Looks like that Elements division random down to 2 spots left. Let's get that filled. Definitely got to break that tonight. DeMontis Sabonis of the Pacers. Zion Williamson of the Pelicans. Then we have the Yusuf Nurkic of the Portland Trailblazers. The blue right there. The code is in the chat, Edvin. And then we have Malachi Flynn, RC of the Toronto Raptors. And that is going to be going to Caleb, followed up by Jake Layman of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Zach Collins of the Trailblazers, Josh Okogie of the Timberwolves, Jimmy Butler of the Miami Heat with the Asia exclusive right there, Markelle Fultz of the Magic, and Markelle Fultz of the Magic. Alrighty, that Elements Football Division random is closed, which means, folks, if you want more Elements, we have that hit draft available, and there's 4 spots left in that hit draft. The hit draft is very similar to a snake. Then we have Daniel House of the Rockets, Jeremiah Grant of the Nuggets, Chris Dunn of the Bulls, a gold Zion Williamson of the New Orleans Pelicans going to Caleb, followed by Rodney Hood of the Trailblazers with the throwback right there. And that is going to Adam D. We have Trae Young of the Hawks, Josh Hart of the Pelicans, Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks, a silver Frank Ntilikina of the New York Knicks right there, followed by an RJ Hampton RC of the Denver Nuggets going to Cynthia. Harry, ever since you introduced hit drafts to me, I'm like over the snake now. Because I did consider doing that Elements Football as a snake. Probably actually. Ish of the Wizards, Harrison Barnes of the Kings, Steven Adams of the Thunder, a silver RC Jaden McDaniels of the Timberwolves to Anthony, followed by Saban Lee of the Detroit Pistons. Saban Lee of the Detroit Pistons right there. Aaron Baines of the Suns, Nikola Jokic of the Nuggets, Mo Bamba of the Magic, the Asia exclusive Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns to Cynthia, followed by Jordan Nora RC of the Milwaukee Bucks going to Cynthia as well. Tim Hardaway Jr. of the Mavs, followed by Wesley Matthews of the Bucks, A blue Asia exclusive Tyrese Maxey of the 76ers going to Caleb, followed by Magic Johnson of the Lakers and Kevin Love of the Cavaliers. And we have 4 people left. 4 packs left. Yusuf Nurk of the Trailblazers, Otto Porter of the Bulls, Aaron Baines of the Phoenix Suns, Asia exclusive right there going to Cynthia. Then we have an Anthony Edwards base RC of the Timberwolves, and that is going to Anthony, followed by Evan Fournier of the Magic. Oh man, I don't have the stock in-house to be able to do that tonight, but I can tell you that I'll figure out a way to post one of those in the next week. Thomas Bryant of the Wizards, Jaren Jackson of the Grizzlies, Thomas Satoransky of the Bulls, a blue Seth Curry of the Dallas Mavericks, Asia exclusive, and then we have Xavier Tillman of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Reg right there. Torrey Craig of the Nuggets, Bismack Biyombo of the Hornets, Dennis Schroeder of the Oklahoma City Thunder, a blue Prism Al Horford, Asia exclusive right there, and then Bradley Beal of the Wizards. I would love to see that Spectra basketball fill as well. Down to 19 spots. That might be tough. I thought Brett was back from camp. He had texted me, but usually he can get those things moving. Terrence Ross of the Magic, Reggie Bullock of the Knicks, Patrick Beverley of the Clippers, Kevin Looney of the Golden State Warriors, and that is going to D, followed by a Peyton Pritchard RC of the Boston Celtics going to Caleb. Alrighty, here we go. Let's run this down. Peyton Pritchard of the Celtics headed to Caleb. Xavier Tillman of the Grizzlies going to Reg. Tyrese Maxey, Asia exclusive of the 76ers, going to Caleb. Jordan Nora of the Milwaukee Bucks headed to Cynthia. Saban Lee of the Detroit Pistons going to Thomas. Jaden McDaniels-Silver of the Timberwolves headed to Anthony. RJ Hampton of the Nuggets going to Cynthia. Malachi Flynn of the Raptors to Caleb. Kira Lewis Jr. of the Pelicans going to Caleb. And then the blue Asia exclusive Isaac Okoro of the Cavaliers going to Adam V. And here we go. Our featured card in this one is going to be the Anthony Edwards base RC. And that is going to Anthony. And with that, we are done with break 1178. We will be right back from the pseudo octagon for some UFC. Here we go. This is break 1241. 1241, the UFC Select Hobby Hybrid H2 weight class random. And how this works is we randomize the 8 spots. They get assigned to the top 8 weight classes. And then we'll randomize straw weight in between the people that land in spots 1 through 5. And someone will get straw weight as well. We're going to randomize the first one 8 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Alrighty, and so we will now randomize the straw weight between Chris, Shannon, Adam, Brendan, and Sean. And we are going to randomize that 3 times. One, 2, 3. And that is going to Chris. Alrighty. Here we go. Four packs right here. We have a flyweight, Caitlin Chuk again, going to Cynthia. Followed by middleweight, Yakar Souza of going to Adam. Then we have a rookie, that's Ryan Spahn, light heavyweight, headed to Shannon. Followed by a Chuck Liddell, light heavyweight. And then we have an octagon side flyweight, and that's Valentina Shevchenko of the flyweight going to Shannon. Right there. And then we have a red, and that is out of 199, and that is Yair Rosenstruck of the men's heavyweight going to Chris. Alrighty, on to the second pack. 2 spots left in the Element Hit Draft, and you can get 30% off. We have Khabib Nurmagomedov of the lightweight going to Sean, followed by Jan Belkozwick of the light heavyweight headed to Shannon. Then we have Yair Rodriguez featherweight going to Cynthia, a Donald Cerrone, and that is going to be the octagon side welterweight heading to Brendan. Followed up by a premier level featherweight, that is Chan Sung Jun, and that is going to Cynthia. And then we have the red out of 199 welterweight premier level, and that is Colby Covington, and that is going to be heading to Brendan. Right there. Alrighty. 2 packs left in this one. Would y'all be interested in a more expensive UFC? Because there is the hobby out. It's just significantly more expensive than the hobby hybrid. Then we have the Aljamain Sterling bantamweight going to Phil. Frankie Edgar bantamweight to Phil. Donald Cerrone welterweight going to Brendan. Cody Garbrandt bantamweight going to Phil. Then we have a blue premier level Felix Herrig strawweight going to Chris. Following that up with a disco bantamweight octagon side Aspen Ladd, and that is heading to Phil. And we're on to the last pack. Alrighty, we have the middleweight Robert Whitaker headed to Adam, followed by the middleweight Chris Weidman to Adam. The light heavyweight RC Yuri Prokazic of the going to Shannon. Then we have Paul Fiedler lightweight headed to Sean. A disco flyweight, this is Caitlin Chuk again, going to Shannon. Followed up by a Felice Herrig strawweight, and that is going to Chris. Alrighty, running down our rookies, we have 2. They're both light heavyweights, Ryan Spahn and Yuri Prokazic, and they're both going to Shannon. And now on to our featured cards. Our premier level, we have the premier level out of 99. That's Felice Herzig, strawweight. The out of 199, Colby Covington, welterweight. And then 2 more premier levels, a flyweight and a featherweight. The Valentina flyweight going to Shannon. The Chan Sung Jim featherweight heading to Cynthia. The red welterweight, Colby Covington, going to Brendan. And then Felice Herzig of the strawweight going to Chris. And then our last featured cards. There are 3 octagon side. We have the base Donald Cerrone welterweight. Then we have the disco, and then the out of 199, Rosenstruck heavyweight going to Chris. Donald Cerrone welterweight going to Brendan, and Aspen Ladd bantamweight headed to Phil. Alrighty. And with that, we have ended break 1241. We will be right back with some Elements 1-box division random. And it looks like we've got that hit draft coming as well. All right, we're ready for this Elements Division random, but first we're going to do our next keyword, our next TV show guessing keyword. John, you let me know when you're ready. John is ready. Here we go. The keyword is drugs. Drugs. 1 minute to guess based on drugs. Breaking Bad is incorrect. Alrighty, so Phil has it with Narcos. Daniel, I think that was a typo for Narcos, so we're going to give 1 to each of you. We were just discussing if we gave it to Dan for doing Narco, so that's going to be for Dan, and that's going to be for Phil. Antonio Cinzala, Tom Hatch, Alex Kirilloff, Jeff Mathis, Carl Edwards Jr., followed by Yassim Grandel, Shed Long, Carlos Santana, Yanni Chirinos of the Rays, Luis Robert, followed by Victor Reyes, Sterling Castro, George Springer, and Dylan Betances. Miro Hesticon, followed by Yoel Arima, Arthur Lankox, Alex Lafren. Then we have Moose Anderson, Mike Smith, Scott Lofton, and Ethan Bear. Alrighty. Here we go, folks. This is break 1139. The Elements 1-box division random. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize this. 6 times. That is for Dan. That is for Phil. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. The hit draft did close. John will get that loaded up here in just a second. Alrighty, and here is the divisions. We have Lucas with the AFC East, Phil with the AFC North. Then we have Daniel with the AFC South, Lucas with the AFC West, Brendan with the NFC East, Sean with the NFC North, T-Man with the NFC South, and Taylor with the NFC West. And we will get the actual teams loaded up here right now. As we open up this box. Yeah, that's fine. We can definitely do that. We can randomize the picks after. That's no problem. Great idea there. That's how we'll do it going forward. Alrighty, as you see, the teams are assigned. Alrighty, let's rock and roll. The first out of 250 is going to be a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and that is TJ Watt, and that is going to Phil. Going to Phil. Our next card, a New York Jet out of 199. It is the supercharged Michael Carter of the New York Jets. And that is going to be heading to Lucas. The next one up is going to be a member of the Washington football team, and that is Gerald Riggs, a little throwback right there of the Washington football team, going to Brendan. Then we have a out of 199. Sorry, folks, I pulled that early. Trey Sermon auto of the San Francisco 49ers, and that is going to Taylor. And last but not least, out of 94, a member of the Los Angeles Rams, that is a plutonium Marshall Faulk, and that is going to Taylor. Alrighty, let's run these cards down. First, we have the gold TJ Watt and the plutonium Marshall Faulk. TJ Watt of the Pittsburgh Steelers heading to Phil, and Marshall Faulk of the Los Angeles Rams going to Taylor. Next up, we have our two memorabilia. Two of the memorabilia is the Gerald Riggs of the Washington football team headed to Brendan, and the Michael Carter 153 out of 199 patch of the Jets going to Lucas. And then we have our out of 99, our out of 99 auto, and that is Mr. Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers going to Taylor. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of break 1139. The end of break 1139. And we will be right back with break 1242. Alrighty, we are back with 1242. 1242. And here we go. This is the Elements one box hit draft right now. We're not going to randomize the users until after the draft this time. Alrighty, so let's get rocking and rolling on this. I should double check. I see Phil here, I see Harry here, I see Lucas here. Is Caleb and William here? Perfect. Alrighty, let's get started. With the 198 out of 250, it is going to be Devontae Adams. Alrighty, 198 out of 250 right there. Next up, we have Najee Harris of the Steelers. Najee Harris of the Steelers out of 199 and out of 199. Oh yeah, Caleb, I can definitely well, I'll have to like send you a picture of it after. Yeah, I didn't put that in the featured cards because those gold ones aren't numbered, so it wasn't. I didn't think it was really worth much. I'm pretty sure that one wasn't numbered. I'll have to pull that and check it. Alrighty. So we have the Najee Harris as the last one. And here we go. Our next card is going to be a Geno Atkins out of 50. Geno Atkins out of 50. That's going to be 5 out of 50. I remember when Geno Atkins, I thought he was going to be one of the best defensive tackles to ever play the game. Alrighty, Geno Atkins, 5 out of 50, the neon signs. Got it, thanks, Phil. Yeah, I will, I'll find that, Caleb, and I'll shoot you an email with a picture of it after this break. Or if you join our Discord and shoot me a message there, I can do it for you as well. Alrighty, our next one is going to be out of 189. And it is a Minnesota Viking, Kene Nwangu of the Minnesota Vikings. And that is the 4th card. Not a very exciting box right now. And then out of 54, we're going to have the Xenon Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers. Xenon Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers. Alrighty. Alright, so now we have to see how many times we're going to randomize the drafters. 6 times. That Xenon is 54 out of 54. 6 times right here. There we go. Harry with the first pick. In the draft. Yeah. This is probably the hardest number 1 decision that I've seen, because it's I have no idea who I'd pick. And Harry, feel free to take your time. And Harry taking Najee Harris. Najee Harris with the first overall selection. And now Phil is up between Devontae Adams, 198 out of 250. Geno Atkins, the 5 out of 50 patch. Kene Nwangu, 192 out of 199. And Terrace Marshall Jr., 54 out of 54. A disappointing box, to be sure, Harry. Phil with Terrace Marshall Jr. And now Caleb is up. Well, Lucas, wait till you see the wrap up. That'll give you a little bit more of a teaser. After, right, since this appears to be the last break of the night, we'll be doing our weekly review wrap up. And now Caleb. I think I would have been between Najee and Terrace for the #1 pick for sure. That's where I would have been sitting as well. Geno and Kene Nwangu, who is a rookie. Who I don't know much about. Let me I can give you a little info on him. Kene Nwangu is a member of the Minnesota Vikings. He was drafted in the 4th round and is a running back. Caleb taking Kene. And now you have Bill. William B. between Geno and Devontae. And well, I think I know who he's going to pick. I don't wanna guess and select wrong, because our first hit draft ever, the first overall pick was absolutely oh wow. Was a shocker to me. I was blown away by the decision that was made. So yeah, I forget who that really benefited someone. Right, Harry? William taking Devontae Adams. 198 out of 50. And that leaves Geno Atkins, the 5 out of 50. For Lucas. Alrighty, here we go. We're going to run these down in reverse order. We have the Geno Atkins, 5 out of 50, going to Lucas. That is number 5. Then we have the Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams, 198 out of 250. And that is going to be going to William B. Then we have Kene Nwangu, RC, a running back out of the Minnesota Vikings. And that is going to Caleb. Followed by a Terrace Marshall Jr., Xenon, 54 out of 54 right there. And that is going to Phil. And then with the first pick, we have Harry taking Najee Harris, 39 out of 199. And with that, we are done with break 1242. We will be right back for the show wrap. Alrighty, folks, we are here to wrap up. Thank you so much for being with us another week. Another week of Break Traders. Great to be with all of you. We really love having you here. We had a lot of great, some good elements breaks, some alright element breaks tonight. But we had some great breaks this week, and we're gonna start with some immaculate football. We had the Rondale Moore, 10 out of 10, the Travis Etienne, 10 out of 10, and then the Trevor Lawrence, 1 out of 99. Big hits out of immaculate collegiate football right there when that came out on Wednesday night. Followed up by some Donruss Elite football hits. We have our 2 die cuts that we magged, the Jalen Ramsey and the Jamar Jefferson. And then we had the Pen Pals Justin Fields. The Pen Pals Justin Fields right there. Nice hits out of Donruss Elite. And then out of Select Hobby Hybrid Basketball, we had the Chris Middleton 2 out of 5. 2 out of 5 today. 2 out of 5. Harry, you are correct. Actually, that Ty Law was from Chronicles Draft Picks. Sorry, I misread the. It had Immaculate and Chronicles Draft Picks as the title. Then out of Select Baseball. Right here we had the Zebra Yordan Alvarez and the Walker Buehler out of 12 right there, and it only got better from there. Then we had the Question Hura out of 10, and then a Clayton Kershaw X Factor 1 of 1 right there. Some great Select Baseball hits this week. And then we saved tonight's new release for last, and we had 2 solid hits out of there. We had the 3 out of 47 Mac Jones, and then a 19 out of 27 Trevor Lawrence. Some great 2 rookie QB hits out of elements right there. And with that, folks, we are done for the evening. Thank you very much for joining us. Make sure to check our Instagram for next week's giveaway. We'll be giving away spots in a division random for Friday with the football that is coming out, the certified football that's coming out. We'll be giving away 8 spots in that via our Instagram giveaway. We look forward to seeing you this coming Tuesday. Hope you have a great weekend. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks to John and Dan for being here. We can't do it without you at home. Have a great weekend and happy breaking.